Hello. Hey Teacup Beta, how you doing? I have an idea for a set of dice. I have all sorts of things I want to get done tonight, so we'll see. Oh, hey Shauna. I have a few different ideas for dice tonight, and one of them, Shauna, is I'm going to use the fun holographic plastic paper stuff that you requested before. I still have to figure out what I'm going to do, what I'm going to pair this with, but I do plan to do something with that. My other idea is I did a set of dice in the last previously, where I cut up a whole bunch of resin, and then I just kind of put a whole bunch of different things into the dice. I had a bunch of cut up resin, I had glitter, I had iridescent foil, I had iridescent flakes, gold foil. And I was thinking it might be cool if I cut up some resin into like little kind of shards, and then my idea is to cut that up, maybe add some like iridescent flakes, maybe some gold foil or some silver foil or something like that. Mix that with clear resin and put it into the bottom of some molds with the highest numbers on the bottom, and then fill the rest with like a black, so that hopefully it'll look like little geodes with all of the little shards of colored resin looking like little crystals. I am not sure what colors necessarily I want to do. I don't know if I want to do like do 7 different, like do a different color for each die, or do like make it mostly purple with a few little like blue and hey Jen, Lord Osmosis is here. Or do mostly purple and then do like a little bit of like pinks and blues and greens like mixed in there for a little bit of difference, or a little bit of orange maybe offset it. So I'm not sure if which I want to do. Do I want to do, I don't know, what do you guys think? Should I try and do a different color for every die, or should I try and do like maybe like purples, mostly purple with a little bit of accent of some other colors? Because like amethyst crystals are really cool. That's kind of what I was thinking. But also I like lots of colors. I like lots of colors. All hail Lord Osmosis! But yeah, well, it may end up being a long stream just because I do have some prep work here that I'm gonna have to do. Whichever I decide, I'm gonna have to cut up some pieces of resin. Where did that piece go? It blended in with my dirty workspace. I couldn't find it. Hello! How are you, Bosun? And also, how are you, Teacup Beta, Shauna, and Jen in the chat? I don't know if I asked you guys yet. You vibing? I hope that's a good vibing. It's a good vibes. I'm busy at the moment. Like it's a self-imposed busy, but I'm trying to get stuff done so that I can have a shop update on January 1st. So I'm trying to get things ready for that. Oh, doing some character design work for fun. That's fun. Is it for anything in particular, or just for the sake of building a character? Petri dish? What? Oh, Petri dish dice. I don't have any plans to do any Petri dish dice tonight. I don't do a lot of... I feel like different dice makers are good at different things, and I feel like Petri dish dice are ones that I'm not good at. Should be doing character designs, but you're multi-track streaming. Oh, are you watching more than one stream at a time? Is that what you mean? Let's see, Shauna, you're busy as heck. You gotta eat solid food today. Oh, how are you doing? How are you feeling, Shauna? That is good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're doing well. That sounds weird out of context. It does sound a little weird out of context, but I know what you're saying. Like, you see, you're making designs to hopefully sell because you need the outfit design practice followed. Oh, you're gonna sell the images, or are you gonna sell the outfits? FFXIV. What's FFXIV? Let's see, your friend's streaming a game on a Discord call and you're watching it here. Tried designing a wizard goddess today and was met with frustration. Oh, that's unfortunate. The lotion you ordered back on the 10th is finally near your house. Everything's shipping a little bit slow, I think, at the moment because of the holiday rush. Let's see. You're doing great. Excellent. Much better now that you can actually eat. Recovery smooth sailing. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I feel like things are... all medical things are a little funky at the moment, so it's good to hear that you're doing well. Final Fantasy? Wait, what is Final Fantasy in... Oh, Final Fantasy. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, Final Fantasy has some really cool outfits. They're all like over the top, like way too many belts, and it's really fun. I don't remember which Final Fantasy game it was, but as a kid, I grew up with my parents playing MMOs. Like I remember them playing EverQuest and then World of Warcraft. But also every once in a while we'd have like a family game night, in the sense that my dad would play a game on the PS2 and my brother and I would watch, and my mom was in charge of the physical book, because that's what they had at the time, that was the walkthrough guide if you got stuck. I don't remember which Final Fantasy game it was that we played, but I do remember we did one of those at one point. And let's see, selling the whole design as a character for someone to use. Oh, Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO. Oh, okay. Silicone Cup's coming to you tomorrow. Oh, by 9 p.m. Oh, thank you. Oh, by the way, I did get the other things that you sent, which was very nice. There's more than was. Here, wait. I have a few sitting out here because I'm gonna make some tonight. But I got Jen was very nice and sent me more crystal molds, which is great because I use these all the time to make the they're in the thing at the moment, to make the mushroom necklaces, and then also these little tiny gears. See if it'll focus. Look at these little tiny cute little gears to put in dice. Maybe I'll have to do something with those. So that was very nice. Thank you very much, Jen. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's see here. Oh, they're really good and definitely informed your fashion sense. That's valid. That's valid. And giving you my wish list is actually the source of your power. Oh gosh, don't feel like you need to buy me things. I don't want you to feel like you're obligated to or anything. And hello, Chef Rex. I'm just cutting up resin at the moment because my plan is to use it as like little tiny crystal sort of things in a set of Geode dice. And then we're talking about Final Fantasy character designs. Let's see, you never feel obligated and that only fuels you. Your strength is giving. I am the giver. Santa, watch the fuck out. Alright, well, I do appreciate it. So, thank you very much for sending things. And mixing cups is actually something that I do really need. I was actually just thinking, I was cleaning up, I made dice yesterday, day before yesterday, and I was cleaning up my stuff. Where did I put that? And I was cleaning out the mixing cup. Oh, it doesn't look as bad on camera. This thing is stained so green. I was like, I really need to get myself some new mixing cups. Maybe I'll get some. So you've good timing on that one. All right, I still don't know what colors I want to do this necessarily. Do I want to do? So okay, here I have a few options. I have a few options. I could do like all of the colors in all of the dice. So like I have purple and blue in here so far. I could do the whole spectrum of the rainbow, mix them all together, and do that. I could do just like cool colors, like some blues and purples, like maybe mainly purple with some blue, a little bit of green, some pink in all of the dice. Or my other thought is to do a different color in each die, so like the D20 might be red, and then the D12 might be orange, and then one of the D10s might be yellow, and like kind of go down the rainbow a little bit. I don't know what I would do for the 7th. Maybe pink. I'd probably do pink. So I could do that. I'm tempted by that. Do a different color for each one. I feel like that'd be cool. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. Let me grab multiple cups. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab these. Now these will be color coded for me. Perfect. This one's gonna be purple. And that's orange. Do I have a yellow? No, we'll use this as yellow. Blue. It's gonna be purple, and then we're gonna do pink. That works. Cool. I think I'm gonna do that. So let me reorganize these into the correct ones. And I might leave, like, have a little bit of overlap, so like the purple might have a couple of blue in there, etc. But, or at least I'll have some different purples all mashed together. I want a little bit of variation in there so it doesn't look like it's all the same thing. A little piece of green in here. Let's get that out. On the green. Alright, there's purple. I am slowly, like, actually updating my Twitch page and stuff too. Is there anything in particular people would be interested in me? Let's see, I have a schedule. I don't know. I never know what to put for stuff like that. Alright, that's all blue. This is kind of green. I think, yeah, I'm going to try and use some of the green in my... So here's my thing of resin scraps. This is my thing of unsorted resin scraps, because this is my thing of sorted resin scraps. These are all sorted by color in here. So we're going to try and go through the ones that are not sorted first. Oh, I did pull this out for a reason, though. And I'll show you why. And that is, I made some little tiny crystal molds at one point, and I was thinking maybe I could use some things from that. Let's see, what do I got? See, like I have these little, probably won't focus. I made these little tiny crystals. They might be a little bit big though. Maybe I'll pull a couple out anyways. Maybe I can cut them in half or something. pull those out, I think. I think I only have them in, oh wait, here's a blue one. There's a couple of blue ones. Oh, here's a white one. I have some white crystals in here. So should I do pink or white? I think I'm gonna do pink. I think that'd be more interesting. Oh, I'll pull that out too. I could do something cool with that. What you say? Okay. Have that. Oh, that might be good too. The idea is to use some scraps up, so do some scraps up. Let me see if I can cut through. That has some kind of green in it too. That's okay. Ooh, these poor scissors. This is really a bad idea. Throw those in there. I think I've almost got enough blue. I might do some like darker blue or something to try and get a little bit more variation, but got that. Let's do some purple here. Let's use this for this one. This is a little rock that I had built a mold for as well. A little tiny rock. So I'll throw that in there too. Cut, you know, maybe a couple of kind of round lengths. This is actually from a project of my brother's. He was basically trying out a similar thing with crystals, but he was kind of trying to do like a rutilated quartz sort of thing where it has kind of like strings through it. Oh, wrong scissors. Okay. Okay. There's some good purple. And I do plan to add at least iridescent flakes to all of these as well, because I feel like that'll add some of that sort of crystal shine look that I want. Alright, but let's get some green here. Iridescent flake supremacy. They are like cool. You know. Gotta add the coolness of the iridescent flakes. I mean, I am like a gold foil hoe myself, but you know, I can get behind the iridescent flakes. Some green. So the plan, I'm gonna have all these little crystals. I'm gonna add some other stuff to these. And then okay, just a second. I'll read that in just a moment. I'm gonna mix it with clear, and then I'm gonna try and kind of spiral the black up so that it goes around the outside first, so it kind of makes like almost like a dome of black around it. Because I want it to just be kind of like this little pocket of all the color. Alright, let's see. Bosun. The longer I consume fiction, the more I realize that I hoard the most trash gremlin characters. In the sense that you create trash gremlin characters, or they're always your favorites? I always like the sassy, like, side characters. Let me do this. Yeah. Both. Like, I always like the ones that have the good one-liners and stuff, and are just a little bit... Jen, I just like hot girl, I'm simple. Can't remove that. Got a blue spot. Teacup Beta character. I am just a funny little criminal. I eat bugs off the floor, I do some crimes and commit snark. You. I love you. I feel like I am bad at playing, like, chaotic, neutral D&D characters, because I always want to be nice. It's like, I want to be nice to people. I feel so bad trying to be, like, intimidating or stealing or... Oh, thank God you're not the only one. Like, it... You know, it can be fun to play villains and all that, but, like, I'm like, it's like the old thing of not being able to pick the mean options in, like, video games. I'm definitely that person. Let's see. Constantine, chaotic trash with magic and daddy issues. Darth Maul, sad goth trash man. Your friends are usually feral chaotic bitches who who do bad shit, but I'm here like, but what if we didn't fight, you know? My favorite... that's why I like playing high charisma characters. I was before quarantine. I was playing actually a very low charisma character, which was new and interesting. But I like playing high charisma characters because I like talking my way out of conflicts. And I realize that not everybody is like that, but I am so much more interested in, like, talking my way out of fighting someone than actually fighting them. There was a I don't remember if I've mentioned it on stream before, but there was a really fun game that I played once in which we barely fought at all, and like every time that we did fight, it was so oddly good, like, or it was just strange how we would do it. We wouldn't usually go into things and just have a fight. I think I mentioned maybe the Chimera, where we found its nest, we killed a deer, we stuffed the deer full of sleeping potions, left the deer next to its nest, it got back, ate the deer, fell asleep, and then we all attacked it at the same time, and it just straight up died. We didn't even fight it. It was gone before it woke up. And I like doing stuff. I like the creative solution to problems more than I like fighting things. And some people like D&D for the combat and stuff, but I like it more for people doing creative things. That's what I always enjoy watching too. Let's see. See, like, I can't pick mean options in video games because I feel bad, but God, I love playing a snarky little bastard in D&D. Thardox Crow is a horrible little criminal, and I get to use all my stored insults when I play them. It's so satisfying. I don't know what the disconnect is, but man, it sure is there. Oh, I like being... Aren't you being tired? Sometimes, don't you just want to go apeshit? I feel like there's a difference between being, like, bad and being like a snarky little shit, because I like being a snarky little shit. Don't get me wrong there. Like, those are my favorite characters, are the snarky ones. But like, you can still be a snarky human being and still be a good human being, I think. Alright, we've got probably almost enough blue. We've probably got enough blue, but nope, I'm just gonna throw that back in there. Let's see here. Oh, here's some good red. I actually have some good red now. some red, there's some orange, there's some green, some yellow. Some more yellow. Different orange. That's the static electricity is making it stick to my fingers. There's more red. More orange. Does gold fall under yellow? I'd say we can put the gold under yellow. Some different kind of bluish green. Here's some kind of sparkly green. Let's see, I like playing morally gray characters. Like, are they trying to be a good person? Would they be given the chance? Yeah, but at some point the number of arson charges becomes inexcusable, I think. Gold is yellow but bougie. Fair, fair. So much. I have probably more purple in here than anything. I don't know. I always end up with a lot of purple and blue. I think that I probably just make a lot more purple and blue things than I do other colors. Some more green. I could cut up to purple, I think. Depends on who's receiving the arson. Well, and there you go. That's how we end up with chaotic good, neutral good. I don't know, I'm not good with the alignments. Get off. This does not want to go in there. It's like... Stay put. There we go. Some green. And some more orange. You must use your arson powers for good. I feel like that's an odd phrase. Oops, that's the gold. I don't have a lot of like variation in reds, because I don't have a lot of red, different red like colorants. There's some pink. Look, sometimes you just gotta set shit on fire. I like this scrap, it's pretty. It just wants to focus through the scrap, but there we go. Look, it's so pretty. Look at all those colors. I'm gonna steal some of that, probably for the pink. To quote a character from a show I have never watched, a good solution to most problems is a Molotov cocktail. All your problems just become one big different problem. Efficiency. What is that from? I have no idea what that's from. Stay in the bin. It's so staticky. Let's see, what colors do we got? Lots of blues, lots of greens, lots of purples. Oh, The Good Place. I haven't watched that. I feel like it's one of those ones where it's like, maybe I'll get around to it eventually, but I just haven't. Why you got to say That's blue, not green. I would sing so much if I didn't worry about it being a copyright issue here. If Shauna's still hanging out somewhere, she'll tell you that I am singing 24/7. I never really thought of it as like a stimming thing, but it probably is to a certain extent. But I do have to actively remind myself not to sing on Twitch. Yeah, that's a piece of hair in this resin. Get out of there. Do I have any opaque red? Maybe I'll add some glitter and stuff too. Of matching colors. All right. I don't know what I'm gonna stream on Saturday yet. I am still planning on streaming Saturday. I don't know how many people will be busy with holiday stuff still or what, but I do plan to stream on Saturday. I am taking Friday off, which is probably good. Do Christmas stuff. Actually take a holiday. It's a little weird working for myself and figuring out holidays. But it is kind of nice being able to drop things at a moment's notice sort of. I'm not dropping things at a moment's notice for doing Christmas stuff, but it's nice having my own schedule, and if someone says, like, if my family's like, hey, we're gonna do this thing tomorrow, I can be like, yeah, I can do that. I can move some stuff around. Not that I can always do that, because I do still need to, you know, have time to work on things, so I can't spend all of my time doing other things, but I got Minecraft this week. I think it was this week. So I don't usually play a lot of video games, but that's one where I'm like, I kind of want to build things. And I've really only played it like twice, but I've played it with my brother and a friend both times, so that's been really fun. But you know, since we've kind of been like scheduling that for the first, we did it, what's today, Wednesday? We did it last 2 nights. But you know, I have a flexible enough schedule that I could just be like, yeah, we can play whenever you're free. Just the what is it, Java? The base one for the PC. Hello, Jenya Pickles. Hello. I'm doing good. I'm just cutting up resin at the moment. I'm gonna make some like Geode dice, and I've decided that I'm gonna do like a different color in every die so that it ends up all rainbowy. But now I'm trying to cut up old. I have just a little bit of scrap resin. This is the second container. Try and use up some of this scrap resin. I don't quite know. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I would use all of this for, if not to like put it into more dice. I'm not, yeah. So yeah, I'm just cutting things up at the moment. I was mentioning that I just got Minecraft. My brother has had it for years. My brother's had it since it came out years ago. So he's off doing all sorts of complex redstone stuff, and I'm just over here like, I'm digging! Oh no, I died. Don't do a lot of video games, but it's been fun. I do kind of want to try and recreate my entire house in Minecraft. I don't know if I want to do that just by myself, or see if I can get my friend and my brother to help me with that. I was debating streaming it. You guys can watch me die in Minecraft a bunch of times. But I don't know. Is that something that people would be interested in? I feel like it would be harder to, maybe it wouldn't be. I was gonna say, I feel like maybe it'd be harder to interact with you guys if I was streaming while chatting with friends, but I could figure that out. I'd need to probably figure out some sort of like hotkey to mute Discord. But I don't do a lot of gaming, but I feel like Minecraft doesn't really count as gaming too much because it's more about building things. Try some streams of it and see what I think. Yeah, I think I probably will at some point. I don't know when necessarily. If I do it, I'll probably try it out on like a Saturday first. Saturdays, I've dubbed Saturdays my free days. Wednesdays are my working on building up stock or commissions days. And I am actually going to work on a commission. I have someone ordered red D6s with pips, and I need to make 4 more of them, 4 more of these dice. So I'm going to make those today. I have, like I said, couple different things. I'm going to do these. I'm going to figure out something to do with this holographic plastic sheet stuff. Not quite sure what I want to do with this yet. I don't know. I was debating just like taking kind of a little bit of it, like crinkling it up into a ball and then putting it in the middle of like maybe some like blue resin or something. But I don't know, I'm not sure on that yet. I'm still thinking. What? Wister. Oh, thank you for following, Wister. You. It actually played the notification sound. I think I actually turned the volume on for that, which is good because I was not noticing it before when there was things happening. Hello, Valerie's Mood. How are you doing? I'm just chopping up resin to use as like little crystals in hopefully some Geode dice. That's the idea anyways. I think I need to get some different red. I want more of a mix of the kind of colors within the colors. I'm good. I'm staying busy. Little triangles of the hollow mixed with the cellophane. Oh, do both the hollow and like the iridescent cellophane? I don't know. That might be. I know, I'm so close to my follower goal. I just need 5 more. It's very exciting. I have been trying to actually like let people know that streaming is happening more than I have in the past. Like I actually posted about it on Twitter and stuff, which I don't usually do because I just forget. But I think I'm finally getting the hang of Twitter. I'm kind of finally figuring out what all of the different things are. It's like, what's a retweet? And all that sort of stuff. how to respond to people on Twitter. It is exciting. It'll be, yeah, that'll be fun. For folks who don't know, I set up a follower goal because it was requested that I make a emote of me making this stupid face that was in one of my like first 5 videos. And so I realized that I have to get to affiliate to make an emote. And I feel like most people would probably make some sort of more broadly relevant emote, but nope. That's the one that was requested first, so it's the one that's gonna get made first when I can make emotes. Then you guys can post me making a silly face wherever you want. But yeah, that's what started that. And then at this point, it's just like, oh, it'd be cool to reach affiliate. I feel like that'd be fun. And I don't really think of this as like a money thing. I don't think this is more of a social thing for me. Like, I like working on crafts and like hanging out with people. That's kind of how I think of this a little bit. But I mean, if I can make a little bit of money doing it, I'm not gonna complain. I get to hang out with people and make money. That'd be sweet. Yeah. I actually have quite a few different oranges. That's nice. I like this kind of sparkly orange. Keeps sticking to me. But I'm not sure what other benefits there are to me reaching 50 followers necessarily, but the driving factor was the emote of my face looking stupid. Oh, you know when that was? That was from Halloween, and that's why there's like a weird spot on my face there. It's because I had like eyes painted onto the side of my face. So that was back in October. Okay, so it wasn't super long ago. I haven't been streaming for super long though. Oh, why am I putting that back in here? I'm cutting it up into pieces and I'm setting it in the wrong container. What am I doing? That's on brand, but I mean, what am I doing? Okay. What's in October? That's when this picture of my face is from Halloween. So, what are months? What's in October? What day is it? Oh no! Guys, it's almost 2020. No, it's almost 2021. And I don't know how to feel about that. This year was weird. Very weird. It was funny. Not too long. The 2000? Yeah, oh gosh. Oh man. It's so weird to me that there's people who were born after the year 2000 that are adults. I'm just like, no, you are children. Oh no! What do you mean? What do you mean you were born in the year 2000 and you're 20? That doesn't seem right. Like, I realize I was only born in 1994. It's not too long before, you know, the 2000s, but still, it messes me up for some reason. There's probably, I don't know how many of you guys were born after the year 2000. It would not surprise me if some of you were. It's just, oh man. I guess it's like when my younger brother turned 21. I'm like, that's wrong. That doesn't seem right. No, he's too young to be 21. What do you mean I'm 24 and now I'm 26 and he's 23? It's just like, gosh, when did that happen? 7 months for you? Oh. Wait, 7 months for you? Wait, what 7 months what? You're born 7 months before the year 2000? Or after? Or are you saying 7 months until something horrifying happens? Yeah, I know. I'm like, that's so ominous. Oh, I guess you're in college, so that makes sense. Did you? How did your finals go? Did you find out at all, Beta? Yeah, it's weird. Martinis are quite good. I don't drink a lot, but let's see. I did realize that the part of Moscow Mules that I like is just the ginger beer. So now I just get ginger beer, which is an alcoholic. Um, yeah. Yeah, I do like Moscow Mules, but I feel like I'm happy just drinking the ginger beer too. I do like a good old fashioned, which is whiskey and bitters and sugar. Like that's nice. But also I like whiskey, so. But I don't drink a lot. I've been drunk once in my life. And it wasn't a bad experience or anything. I did it so that I'm like, I'm curious. And then I'm just like, okay. I figured that I probably, well, there's a couple reasons that I don't drink though, but you being legally allowed to drink is a scary thought. You've had virgin margaritas and they were good. I like the strawberry ones. I think I'll just get the virgin ones though. Tequila smells nasty. No, that's fair. That's actually what I got drunk on, was tequila. I did 3 shots of tequila and then I couldn't stand up straight. It was quite funny. I think Camo Cutie Shauna has left, but yeah, I was at her house. Your finals went good. Okay, cool. Managed to pass both your classes, to some shock. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. 3 shots? Yeah. Yep. I don't drink. Like I said, I don't drink. But what I was going to say is there's a couple reasons that I don't drink, and one of them is that I figure, oh, it's a lot? It was fine. Let's see. Like I said, I've only been drunk once. There is video footage of it somewhere too, but none of you will ever see that. It will not see the light of day. But I think I sat on the floor and said, oh no, a lot. Like, oh no. Just because I'm like, the room is spinning and I cannot stand up. This is bad. And then I went home and laid on the couch, and I think I watched, was it Yuri on Ice? I don't remember. Drank some water until I was sober. But what I was going to say was that, yeah, the 2 main reasons that I don't drink, one, it could have poor side effects with my meds. I don't want to have any like seizures or anything, which is one of the things that could happen. And 2, I figure my brain chemistry is messed up enough. I don't want to partake in addictive substances just because I figure I probably have somewhat of a brain chemistry that would make me predisposed to being addicted to something, and I don't want to feed into that, just in case. Plus, there's plenty of things that taste good that are not alcoholic. Like I said, I'd rather have a ginger beer than anything. You know, you will say certain foods do taste really good while drinking. Drink responsibly. Yeah. This is not this is not against alcohol at all. This is just me. But yes, do drink responsibly. Stay safe. And like I said, I do like a good old-fashioned or something every once in a while. And to each their own. Everyone likes different things. Go to bars with friends. Yeah, I've done that. I don't know if I even drank then. I think I just got like pub food, but yeah, that's more of a social thing too. If you can, it's you know, going and getting drinks with friends can absolutely be a social thing, and that's probably one of the scenarios where I will get a drink. It's what we're hanging out and doing. But also, I don't feel bad if I'm hanging out with like friends and they're all getting alcoholic drinks. I don't feel bad getting a non-alcoholic drink too. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. it is a-okay to just drink what you want to drink. Just don't talk to me about my caffeine addiction and how much tea I drink. That's just don't ask. You don't want to know. Shirley Temples are good. Grenadine and ginger ale. Never had one of those. What is grenadine? I've heard of it before. I don't know. What is it though? I thought it was Sprite. I must admit, maybe it is Sprite. I must admit that a lot of those like lemon lime and like ginger ale and Sprite, like in the lemon lime sodas and stuff, I don't notice a big difference between them, even though they taste completely different. Oh, maraschino cherries are stored in. Oh, okay. That sounds very sweet. I do like sweet things, but I'm more of a savory person usually. Although with drinks, I'd rather have sweet. But after having a ginger beer, I can now taste the ginger. Oh, have you tried a ginger beer? I like ginger beer. It is very gingery, though. It's okay. No, that's fair. It's very gingery. If you like ginger, you might like it, but if you're not a big fan of ginger, yeah, see, I like ginger beer. That's why I like Moscow Mules. I now just get ginger beer. I have ginger beer upstairs, actually. But you definitely have to like ginger to like ginger beer. Like, I have ginger beer in the soda cupboard upstairs in the kitchen, and my brother will drink like maybe half of one because it's just such a strong flavor. But I like those things. Your dad used to buy those ginger candies that were chewy and spicy and made your brother cry. I feel like I've had those before, but I don't remember. My dad doesn't like ginger. I think my mom's kind of about it. I don't know where I got my ginger liking genes from, since I seem to be one of the few people in my family that's just like, ooh, ginger. There's probably enough orange. Everything's so staticky. There. Just a second here. Let me cut up a little bit of this one. Apparently it's feeling nostalgic week at my house. Because, let's see, my brother has been trying to find, there was these rice candies that were at, like, they'd be at, like, the checkout counter every once in a while places, and they'd come in these little boxes, and they were, like, candies that were, like, wrapped in, like, rice paper, and they came with, like, a sticker. I don't know if any of you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Botan rice candies. But, yeah, earlier this week, he's like, I want one of those. And I feel like they're not, like, particularly flavorful or anything, but they're definitely one of those things that just makes me kind of nostalgic. Let's see, we were talking about Undertale, because apparently he's been watching, like, Undertale playthroughs on YouTube this week, and I was like, so have I. They have a slightly sweet taste. No, I know, they're good, but I feel like they're not, like, the epitome of candy or anything. Like I said, I think I like them mostly because of the nostalgia of them. They are good, but What was I saying? I need to do some different reds. Let's do some more green. Apparently we've both been watching like playthroughs of Undertale this week. We played that together a long while back. I've been watching. I've been on a Dan and Phil kick this week for some reason. If any of you guys have watched them years ago or whatever. So yeah, it's yeah. I've been drinking a lot more. There was like there was this Celestial Seasonings orange tea that we always had in the house growing up, and I really usually drink more like black tea and stuff. This is just like plain black tea right here. But let's see, I've been drinking more of that this week because it makes me think of tea that we drank all the time growing up. So there's just all sorts of things. I guess maybe it's because of the holidays. I feel like Christmas is kind of a nostalgic time, probably for a lot of people that celebrate Christmas. Orange and spice, yes. I do like orange spice tea. I also made my own orange spice tea at one point. That was really good. Took some black tea and I dried out orange peels, and then I added like cinnamon and cloves and some nutmeg. I basically did like a chai with orange and spice and Bigelow Constant. Oh, I love Constant Comet. Yes. I've been drinking a lot of Constant Comet this week too, or the past couple of weeks. I do really like Constant Comet. But the orange spice is the one that we grew up. It was always in the house when I was growing up. So I've been drinking some of that. I should get some Constant Comet for my house. I don't actually have any in the house. I've been stealing it from my parents whenever we go over to their house. Because we have our little pod of my parents, and Constant Comet tastes like soap. That's fair. That's fair. More for me. That's probably, yeah. I really like Constant Comet. But that's fair. No, we have our little pod of me and my brother and my mom and my dad and my grandma, and so we've been meeting up for lunch like once a week in our little group. At my parents' house, and I've been drinking all of their tea. Rookie mistake, did you add enough sugar to give a horse instant type 2 diabetes? It does definitely have its own flavor to it. I feel like it is better when it's sweet. I have definitely drank it where I've forgotten to put sugar in it, because I do that with tea sometimes. I just don't put sugar. You added whiskey. Oh boy. Wait, did you actually add whiskey to Constant Comet? Because that does not sound great. I'd gotta go with Teacup Beta on this one. If you're gonna drink Constant Comet, you just need to drink it with a lot of sugar in it. Ah. Oh, I do like a good hot buttered rum too. Going back to drinks, I do like hot buttered rum, but also with like very little rum in it, and mostly just all of the sugar and butter. But no, if you're gonna drink Constant Comet, I would suggest what Teacup Beta is saying: Constant Comet with a crap ton of sugar in it. Is Constant Comet like a orange spiced one too? Is that what the flavor is in Constant Comet? I know. No, I don't know. Alright, there's some green. Let's get some different green. Ooh, that just shattered. It's a good thing I'm wearing glasses. Now, where did that go? Oh, there it is. At least a piece of it. Orange, rose hips, other stuff you assume. Roses and oranges. I do. Ooh, you know what makes a good tea is peppermint leaves and rose petals. That's actually a really good combination I found. It's been a while since I've done that. So a while back, my brother and I got a bunch of tea ingredients, in the sense that we got like plain black tea, plain green tea, like rose petals, hibiscus flowers, peppermint leaves. I went and I saved orange peel and I dried it out. All sorts of stuff. It was a while ago, so I don't know that all of those ingredients are still potent. But then we went and we made our own teas, and it was good. I made my own orange spice tea, which was really good. But no, just mixing peppermint, like dried peppermint leaves and rose petals, is a very nice combination. You got to get kind of the right combo, because, you know, I feel like the peppermint's definitely a stronger flavor than the roses, but no, it's good. It's kind of like a light floral flavor with your mint. There was I was thinking at one point about how it'd be really cool to make tea blends for all of the different Critical Role characters, and my first thought for Yasha was actually the peppermint and rose petals. I felt like that was fitting somehow. Oops. I might have added a little bit of green tea to that too, I don't remember. But I think it was just peppermint and rose. Let's add some more of this one. Let me see if I can just... I'm not going to do that. That seems like a bad idea. This one's been sitting for a while. It's definitely kind of brittle. And this one's a little sparkly. It'll add a little bit of sparkle. So that'll be nice. I do like a good chai. That might be my favorite. My favorite tea is a good chai with like cinnamon and cloves and black pepper and all sorts of stuff in there. So it's a little bit spicy, and and a crap ton of sugar. You have to have like a crap ton of sugar and milk in chai. I feel like Earl Grey was one of those ones that it took me quite a while to like. I feel like it was kind of an acquired taste. Earl Grey was. That's okay though. Have any of you guys done any done any like nostalgic things this week? I don't know what holidays all of y'all celebrate. But like I said, at least for me, I feel like Christmas is kind of a nostalgic time of year. London Fog, Earl Grey with milk and honey. I do like a good London Fog. Yes. And you can also add a little bit of lavender to a London Fog, which is also nice. Christmas is your nostalgia holiday. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was this one place you saw when you saw Painting of Christmas Lights, and you're nearly bald. Oh. I feel like I've become more emotional as I've gotten older. Maybe not. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm just more aware of it now. I think I'd probably cry more. That could also just me being depressed as all else, though. Who knows? Although I have been doing better. But yes, I am I am curious to know what you guys is, if you guys have been doing any nostalgia things. Painting of Christmas lights. I feel like things are kind of cozy this time of year because people are like inside because it's cold outside. So there's just some more like, you know, if as long as you are like happy with the people that you're stuck inside with. I know not everybody is. Oops. Not everybody has great people that they are stuck at home with, but I feel like that's partially what contributes to the nostalgia this time of year. Everyone's at home. It's cold outside. Everybody's, you know, getting all, you know, hot cocoa and fires and that sort of stuff. There's just something nice about hearth and home, as one might say. And if you have fond memories of that, there's some nostalgia there. Alright, there's green. There's probably enough green. Let's do some yellow. I have probably enough orange, enough green, enough blue. I could use more of all of these. Sleigh bells ring. Let's see, you're really conflicted about Christmas, to be honest. It's mostly the time of year you use to power through drawing a lot because it's like the perfect time frame to do stuff. Not so long like summer that you're overwhelmed with work and free time, but not so short that you can have a bad week and get nothing done. A month is perfect. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is kind of a nice amount of time for working on projects. And like I said, I do think it's dependent on what memories are associated with the time of year. I guess to be fair, I don't know that I have seasonal depression, but I definitely have some sort of lower mood certain times of the year. The thing is, it doesn't usually hit me until February. So I guess this time of year is fine, but come February, I'm just like, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's weird now. Back when I was in school, there was also that nice added bonus of having winter break and stuff. But now, like, my vacations aren't necessarily set like that. Even when I was working an office job, I think we got like Christmas Eve and Christmas off. But it's not like we got a winter vacation. Like, unless I used my time off. And now, like I was saying earlier, I set my own schedule because I'm working for myself. So things are even more kind of up in the air a little bit. And I do plan to take Christmas off, like I said. Well, not completely. I have some stuff I'm probably going to ship on Christmas. But usually, like, my family celebrates Christmas. We usually do Christmas in the morning. So we'll do like breakfast and open gifts. And then everyone will kind of head their separate ways. So, like, Christmas morning I'm definitely taking off, but once I get home I might work on some stuff, depending. This is going to sound a bit like a non sequitur, but when I don't know if I've talked about this on here or not. So I quit my job back like a year ago, not this last October, but the October before, so that I could go back to school and finish my degree, and also because it was killing me slowly, but that's a different topic. But so I could go back to school and finish my degree, and there was about a month in between when I quit and when I started school back up again, full time. And I realized in that month or so that I didn't remember how to relax. Like, I could not figure out how to relax anymore. And like, I remember having, you know, Christmas, like winter break and stuff as a kid, and I definitely would, you know, go play, do games and stuff in that time. But it was weird, because it was like, I definitely have tied up a lot of my self-worth and how productive I am, especially for other people. And so that month there where I'm just like, I am not doing anything to that's useful to anybody. And I had to like not remember, but I had to like teach myself how to just sit down and do a puzzle again. Not in the sense that I didn't know how to do a puzzle, but in the sense that like, it's like, no, you are supposed to be relaxing right now. It just made me think of Christmas, because I feel like Christmas, not evenings, but afternoons and stuff, once we've gotten done with Christmas stuff with my family, is always those kind of times where it's just like, it's Christmas, you should not be working, you need to just like sit down and do a puzzle or something. But knowing me, I will probably end up doing some work on Christmas. It always gets me on like even now, it always kind of like gets me on like Sunday nights. I'm just like, why am I not working right now? I should be working. And I'm like, it's Sunday, which you gave yourself off, because I take off Thursdays and Sundays. Those are my self-appointed days off, even though I do some work on those days sometimes. But like Sunday nights, I'm like, why are you not? My brain is like, why are you not working? And I'm like, it's Sunday, first of all, and also I will be working tomorrow morning. My brain still doesn't know how to relax. That's part of the reason I think it's good that I actually bought Minecraft. I don't play a lot of video games and stuff. My brain at the moment is all occupied by, hey, what can I do business-wise? What can I do to be productive? Which is probably not the healthiest mindset to have, to be honest. But I am using Twitch as an excuse to do some things that are just for fun. I'm just like, oh yes, this is productive. I need things to stream. I can get Minecraft for myself and play Minecraft. It's totally useful. I don't know. I've always had some sort of hang up with buying things for myself. Things that I don't need. There's a few things that doesn't apply to, like food. Never had a problem buying myself food, even if it's something special. But I don't know. Buying myself fun things just because I want something fun has always been, makes me feel super guilty for some reason. I feel like this is just a look into Liz's psyche hour. Probably not what you guys signed up for. But so I probably will have to try. The point of this was that I probably will have to like force myself to relax on Christmas, because I'm bad at relaxing. Even on my days off, I still end up thinking about work. Which probably, I don't know. Part of that is probably, and this is something that's why I scheduled days off for myself. I feel like it's really easy to, it's harder to differentiate your work and your home life, and I've heard this before. It's harder to differentiate your work and your home life when you are working from home. And in this case, I'm working for myself, doing something that I really enjoy. which is awesome. It's really awesome. But also, it is still work. And so, it's almost harder to, like, relax, because it would be very easy for me to work on something. Oh, hey, Scryer. You completely understand what I mean? Yeah. Why is that not? Okay. Didn't scroll down all the way for some reason. I wonder if more people are having that issue since more people are working from home. Part of it, I think, is just because I make my own schedule too, which, like I said, it's why I straight up. That's why part of the reason I have a somewhat strict schedule for myself too. It's not super strict, but like I have things that are at certain times. Like I'm like, I will post on social media Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at noon. So I have to be up and I have to have stuff ready to go to be posted at noon on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm like, I'm going to take 2 days off. I'm going to take Thursdays off and I'm going to take Sundays off. Yeah, and I might still end up working on things, like Thursday nights I watch Critical Role, and sometimes I will sit there and like work on sanding things while I'm watching, because that's easy enough to do. But also those days are the ones where it's just like, I didn't get anything done, and that's okay. Like, I'll look at my planner at the end of the day, and I won't have any work things checked off, and I'll be like, that is fine, this is my day off, I don't need to have things done. Alright, I think that's pretty good. That seems like enough yellow. Oops, there's such small pieces that keep sticking. Are you, here's a question, I have a question, Scryer. Are you, making dice as a full-time thing? Or is it like a hobby for you? Oops, I dropped a piece of purple. I'm trying to work on making mine a full-time thing. That's your goal? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to work on making mine a full-time thing. Because I'm really enjoying it. And I feel like it's feasible. Like, just judging by where I'm at now, I'm like, I could make a living doing this. I have to get to a point where I am, but it's like, I could definitely make a living doing this. I am always looking for, like, ways to branch out too, but I just like making things. Yeah, I wonder how many people, I know some people are just doing it as a hobby too, making dice. I'd love to start doing some, like, dice trades with other folks that make dice. That'd be really fun. I have saved some. I do have some of the dice sets that I've made that I've just kept for myself. But I don't know. Handmade dice are so expensive, guys. I'm saying that as someone who makes them, and I understand why they are expensive. But, like, yeah, I ain't got all that money. I feel like I want to get to a point where I am a master at my craft before I start reaching out to people and seeing if they want to do art trades, though. Do I have any miscellaneous dice? Yeah, I have some miscellaneous dice. Yes, they're expensive because polishing sucks. That's exactly why they're expensive. Yeah, I have some raw dice. Here, I have them right here. Let me see what I got. These are all the duds, or ones that I wouldn't do anything with. Yeah, like, I have some, like here's the full set didn't turn out on these. Miscellaneous raw dice. Yeah, I have all sorts of miscellaneous raw dice here. Here's just a blue one. Yeah, some of these are from this box has like some failed so many raw dice. I am slowly working on all of my, just because I think they're neat. I was thinking at some point I might try doing like a mystery set of miscellaneous dice, so that it's just like, you might end up with, let's see here, I'm gonna make a full set. You know, something like that, where it's everything's different. Like, I was like, that might be kind of fun. I don't feel like I have enough miscellaneous dice yet. But you can see that there. That's some miscellaneous dice. This is failed dice. These are ones that did not turn out for one reason or another. Like this one. One of the pigments I used, I tried to do a dirty pour, and the pigment did not cure properly, so there's all sorts of pock marks. Oop, we'll see if that finds it. Come on. Ugh. There's all sorts of pock marks on the face of this. There you can kind of see by the point of the logo. Well, I showed this one off, which is just amusing to me. This one was, I brought this one upon myself. I did this to myself. A spiky ball of doom. You'll buy miscellaneous raw dice. Hit you up on Etsy. If you, sure. If you wanna, you could message me too and let me know what you're looking for. Oh yeah, see, here's one that I had a huge gap in, and I was trying something new and it just didn't work out. But both of the D10s on this one did that. Yeah, I have this box though, because I'm like, maybe I could turn some things into like jewelry or something. I'm not quite sure what I want to do with all of these yet. Yeah, these are failed ones. These are just miscellaneous raw ones. Oh, yeah. I'm happy to figure out pricing and stuff. I just wasn't sure what exactly you were. Are you looking for like a set of like with everything different, or just like random dice or that sort of stuff? But oh, here, let me show you. I am slowly working my way down. Well, here's some sneak peeks, I guess, of stuff that's going to be in the shop. I do think these turned out fairly pretty. Here, let's see if I can. I think these turned out kind of pretty. Doesn't want to. Just a second here. Yeah, kind of a pastel stained glass look. Ugh. It's hard because I'm blocking the spot on the screen where it is, so I can't see. There we go. Yeah, so those are going to be in the shop. But yes, I'm slowly working down my box of raw dice here. Things I need to work on. To anyone who didn't see them, here's the ones with the red carnations and the holographic gold foil. That actually turned out kind of pretty. The black. Okay, yeah. These are ones that, and there's also some single D20s in here that I'm going to fix up. Here's one with a bunny rabbit in it. Surprise raw dice sets, just miscellaneous mysteries and general feeds. Well, what I'm wondering, guys, is are you more interested in raw sets where every die is part of the same set, or where every die is like a different type of die? That's what I'm wondering. You like being surprised? That's fair. Yeah, feel free to message me. I will have to look through and see what I have. I don't have a ton of, like, I guess I do have stuff in here. Some of these varieties, the spice of life, that's fair. Some of the stuff in here are like, here was one of the ones from a set that Jen did. Some of these are like failed commission dice. Not failed, but like they weren't quite what the person was looking for. Some of them were failed. That's the bad one. That would probably go in my other box. That's going in here. This one's not great. Like here's one where I didn't necessarily like how it turned out because all of the glitter filled on one side. It's like it has all of the glitter on one side. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff in here. Mix match set, especially if they're different but they have similarities, like a color palette, set ink, set inclusions, etc. I have an idea for a set of dice. I'll probably end up making like 2 sets. I'm not gonna make them tonight. They probably won't be available this time around. But I want to make like bumblebee dice, where every die in the set is different. So I could do some like maybe like, okay, not these colors, but like I have some kind of like honeycomb type stuff. So I have that. I actually have at least one real bumblebee. But I want to do like a set of like kind of bumblebee themed dice because I think that'd be really cool. But where every die is different. Yeah. I want to do more of those sets. That's part of the reason that when I originally made all of my molds with all of the dice in the same mold, and then I have moved to making it so that every die is in a different mold. And part of the reason that I did that is because I want to do sets where every die is different but follows the same theme, because I think that'd be really cool. Let's see, even small voids, bubbles, as long as you can roll them, I'll take them. All right, like I said, feel free to message me, but I will have to look through and see what I have. Right, yeah, I'll have to look through and see what I have. I'm still figuring out. To be fair, the ones with small bubbles or small voids, usually I can fix those up. So if I have a set that just has like one die with a small void or bubble in it, usually I'll still use it because I can fix those. But I will. Why did I grab more blue? I have enough blue. Just purple. But yes, but yeah, if you guys want to message me, because I will forget, probably. I like how I said that and then I got a text. But yes, I'm working on getting things ready. Oh, here's another. I'm actually going to be working on this set tonight. They don't look super interesting, necessarily. And you'll notice that there's not a D20 with this set. Just kind of a beigeish set. Coffee. Well, my idea was sand because the D20 just has a little tiny bit in there. And then I want to put my little cactuses in there. Do a little desert dice. But yes, I think the white made them look more like coffee, which is kind of unfortunate. They look less sandy with the white. I shouldn't have done the white, but that's okay. I still want to make a set of desert dice, so we're gonna do that. I have a few things over here that I want to do. I'm gonna make some more of the terrarium necklaces. Jen got me more of the crystal molds, which was very nice. I have a die that kind of failed here, and I want to try turning it into a keychain. The die turned out really pretty. It's for a commission, but you ended up with a big bubble in the corner. So I want to kind of try and add like a thing to the corner so that I can make it into a keychain. I think that'd be cute. I need to get it set up, but I am planning to add an option in my shop for custom orders of D6s. Because I have things set up for that now. And I actually have like molds for pipped D6s now, since someone requested some sets. I have a few things I want to add to the shop. I just need to get some boxes that are the right size, and then I'm hoping to do it on January 1st, but I'm hoping to add an option for custom trays, just custom little trays. Here's some examples of ones that I made. I'm probably gonna keep this one for myself because I like it, but I need to get boxes that are the right size for them. And I'm still figuring out some. You will buy a tray. All right, I'll message you once I have them up in the shop. But my plan is to have them up January 1st. I just need to get boxes that are the right size for them. And I do plan to have your dice shipped I'll probably get the label printed off and everything on Christmas, because they're sitting upstairs and they're almost done. I have those. I'm working on inking those at the moment. Your keychain, the one that I made for you, Bosun, might be one of my favorites so far. Do you want to see it now, or would you like to wait and have a surprise? But I feel like it turned out really cool. Yeah, let me grab it. I think I have it in the tumbler over here. I think I threw it in here. Let me see. Let me find it. Where did it go? Just a second. Here. I can show you guys what I'm doing. I'm trying to find it in here. I have it somewhere in here with the other things. I have a paintbrush here that I'm just. Let's see. Here's one of these. It's gonna be up. I also have this set, which is kind of cool. It was kind of a prototype for the amethyst ones that I made. The rustling. It's somewhere in here. I put it in here to polish it a little bit. Oh, there's one for my dad's Christmas present. Oh, here it is. It might be, it's a little gunky at the moment just because it's kind of half covered in polish. But let's see if I can. I feel like it turned out really cool. Isn't that fun? So yeah, I feel like I like how this one turned out. It actually looks like there's something in the bottle. And then all the gold's kind of sunk a little bit to the bottom. It looks like it's just kind of in there. So I'm going to let that polish overnight at least, and then those should be good to go. Put that back over here. Yeah, I'm slowly but surely getting things sanded and inked. I really need to get stuff done. I feel like I don't have a lot of sets for this release. But I think I have quite a few, and I'm planning to make a couple here. I hope these Geode ones turn out. I think they'll be cool, but we'll see. These ones might end up a little bit more expensive, depending. If they turn out really nice, they'll probably end up a little bit more expensive just because they're taking They're definitely taking more work to get all of my inclusions all set. But I might have to do some more little like bottle keychains like that, or pendants. Those would make really cool pendants. It's like this one here, that I didn't actually end up doing how I was planning to. Like, just a little bottle with kind of the blue and the sandy in there. I was gonna put like a little tiny boat in there, and then I forgot. I was gonna put like a little tiny boat on top of the blue, and then I forgot. But I feel like those would make really cute little necklaces or keychains if I did it where there's actually like, it looks like there's something in the bottle. I might have to keep messing with that idea. Okay, get some more. That's more pink. Let's throw that over there. I'm still always looking for like more new things that I could make with resin too. I have a certain amount of concern that handmade dice are going to be a fad. They're fun to make, and obviously D&D has been around forever, and people who play D&D have been around forever, because I've never had trouble finding a group to play D&D with, ever since I started playing when I was 12 or however old I was. But I'm like, are people gonna continue getting things? Oops. So I'm like, maybe I should make some other things too. My mushroom necklaces have been doing really well. I'm very sorry to anybody who wants one, but I am raising the price on those again, because the last time I put up 10 of them in my shop, this last restock, and I sold out of them within the week. So I'm raising the price a little bit, hopefully just to kind of slow things down a little bit. Not a ton, but instead of 22, I'm gonna raise them to like 25. Just trying to slow things down a little bit. It wasn't really an issue or anything, but that kind of is a case of supply and demand there. I am excited to get boxes for the trays, because I think that'd be fun. I have, if you do end up getting a tray bosun and you want it to match your dice, I have an idea for it. I have an idea for how I would do a tray to match the dice that you got, the black and gold ones with the chains. That I think would be cool and match. But I need to figure out, some of that is the hard part. So the fun part is making things. The hard part is like the marketing, and also like figuring out prices and stuff. Like it's hard to figure out how much things should be. And also for that stuff, I'm probably going to need to figure out, because like I'll probably want to make it so that these would probably be about the same price and this one would be less. So I have to figure out some variable pricing, which for custom things is always a little bit wonky. Not wonky, but like there's kind of a spectrum of difficulties. So it's like, these obviously would take more time because they're a little bit more complex, but those are probably not as complex as this one that has like leaves and moss and stuff that I placed in there. So it's like, but at the same time, I don't know that this is seems any more complex than like these. So there's that sort of stuff. Gotta figure that out. I think I might switch some things around in the shop so that I have kind of like Where did that come from? There's like a little bead there. I don't know. I'm figuring. Guys, I'm like 3 months into this. I'm still figuring things out. I'll probably be continually figuring things out as I go. I could probably be in this 2 years down the line and just still be figuring things out. I'm not sure I'll ever understand taxes. But I'm like kind of slowly changing things with like the commissions and stuff over time. I did open up 2 more commission spots in my shop. I haven't advertised those or anything yet. I probably should. I actually have some. I could be working on some more commissions at the moment, but I've been trying to focus on getting things ready for January 1st. I haven't really thought about it too much. I like working on the custom stuff. The custom stuff's really fun. Partially just because it gives me ideas of things to make. And I like bouncing ideas off of someone else. And there's some sort of enjoyment in finally getting something just how someone wants it. That was kind of how I started with the dice. Is I was asking friends and family, hey, what would your dream set of dice be? And then I was practicing by making them dice. And there's just something fun about, and that was kind of what I wanted to continue doing with commissions was, hey, what would your dream set of dice be? Let's make it. I try to do that. I might get rid of the most complex option for commissions, because I just feel like, I don't know if I do those justice as much. So I don't know that I want to offer it if I don't think that they're turning out as good as they should be. I might set it up so that it's just like, you know, here's your multicolored option. If you want something more complex with like handmade inclusions or something, message me and we can figure something out. But I don't know, that might make it more complex than it needs to be. I kind of have it, so please message me before ordering anyways. Who's texting me? No, it looks like my grandma is texting me. I will text her back later. I should probably have put that on silent before streaming. Maybe I'll end up streaming Minecraft on Saturday. I've been kind of debating what I want to work on this Saturday anyways. Well, that might be nice, kind of nice. That'd probably be kind of chill. I was debating doing some like actual painting, like traditional painting, because it's been a while since I've done that. Or working on like my embroidery project with the moss some more. Oh, that's probably enough purple. Or, like I said, it could be fun to do like some sort of Minecraft thing. Purple. There's so many different things I want to do. But I have been having fun playing Minecraft. Like I said, I've really only played it with my brother and a friend. I haven't really played it on my own. I don't know. I do want to try and recreate my house, just because that sounds fun to me. It gives me a goal of something to build. I don't know if I want to do that in like creative mode, or if I actually want to try and mine everything for it. And I also don't know if I want to do it on the server that I'm sharing with folks, or that I'm on with my brother and friend, or if I want to do that on my own. Don't know. There's so many factors in this. I'm glad I'm almost done with this because my fingers are getting sore from these scissors. Ow. Maybe I'll try switching fingers. We're gonna try cutting with the, oh, that worked out actually. Alright, I should, yeah, I need to, it is, I am very glad that you guys told me about wanting like raw mystery sets, because that does give me, you know, an idea for something that I can add. So that's very helpful to know what people are looking for. I just have to figure out what all I have. And figure out pricing, like I said. Because a big part of the work is in the sanding and inking and stuff. So I'd probably need to bring the price down and stuff comparatively. I'd have to figure it out. Maybe I won't use some of these D20s then too. I could use them for that. Like this one, maybe. And this one. And this one. These ones I think I could probably. Yeah. How many sets do I have? How many? Oh, okay. How many sets am I gonna have for January? So I have a set in there. 3 sets, 3 or 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 there. So I think I have 13 sets made. And then I'll have the desert one, and I'm gonna make 2 sets tonight. 14, 15, 16. What is today? Today is Wednesday. And I think we'll make more on Saturday too. Probably not on stream, but I do want to make some more then. So 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'll probably have. Wait, no. What did I say? So I'll probably have around 20 sets, which I guess is not too few. I am curious about like other people that make dice and like how it is on their end of things too. Like I'm curious how people are running their dice making like businesses and stuff. It's one of those things where it's like I don't want to ask because it seems like rude somehow, kind of. Seems kind of rude. Be like, hey, how are you running your business? How do you determine your prices? How much money are you making? Like, that just seems rude. At the same time, I'm definitely also curious, just like, so how are things going for your business? How many sets of dice do you usually release and how often? How's that going for you? That's market research. I definitely do some of that, to be fair. I'll go roll around on social media. Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure if you were still here, Scar. All right. Yeah, I'd be interested to know how things are on your end. What's working for you, what's not. You make beautiful dice. They're so glittery. It still makes me really happy that we both make completely different dice. And I don't mean that in a sense like, oh, thank goodness you're not competition or something. I mean that in the sense that, like, it's really cool that we can make the exact same thing. Like, we can make pretty much the exact same thing, but have it be completely different. Like, that's just kind of cool. Reach out to one of the other people you talk with a lot on Twitter and see if she'd help us compare notes. Yeah, I'd be interested. I'd be interested if we all wanted to chat at some point and compare notes. Cause yeah, I'm curious what things are like for other folks that are doing similar things. Because I know that you have all of your stuff on an external website too. Like, I wonder how that compares. I have all my stuff on Etsy at the moment. I am trying to get an external website, but it's having some issues. Oh, I need to reach out to them. I was going to reach out to them yesterday, and I didn't get much done yesterday. I took a nap. Do I have an Instagram, or does Scryer have an Instagram? I have an Instagram. It's in the About section of my Twitch page if you go down to the bottom. And there's actually quite a lot of people that... Yeah, if you go to the About section underneath, like on my Twitch page, it actually has my my Instagram there. Actually, I think I have all of my social media down there. That's not as pink as I was going for. Let's find some more pink. That's purple. Where's pink? There's pink. Is there any red in here? I don't have a lot of red. You're slowly adding photos because you don't know how often people should share on there. I have a friend who did some social media management at one point, and they pretty much said that it's not how often you share as much as consistent sharing. I think I saw that somewhere else too. So it's more important that you post at about the same time on the same day every week than it is to post multiple times. That's part of the reason I set up a schedule for myself. And I started out just doing, I think I was just posting once a week on social media. I think I was just posting on Fridays. And then I added, I don't remember what my @ handle is. It's something I think it's alchemist_attic. I'd have to look. I can look. But yeah, and even if it's just once a week, apparently that's better for like algorithms and stuff. What is my Instagram handle? Yeah, mine is just alchemists_attic on Instagram. I have such like, I feel like my product photography photos are definitely kind of strange. Not necessarily in a bad way, but yeah, I made it easy on myself and I post pretty much the same thing in multiple. You literally take pictures on your floor. You've collected another dice crafter. Oh yeah, Scryer also streams dice making on Twitch. If you wanna check her out. I have kind of a set of things that I've been using for most of my product photography photos at this point. Like I have a book on optics that I've been using as a background. I have a couple pieces of leather. I have like a piece of black leather and a piece of brown leather that I use as background. But I've definitely been collecting some random things. I have a piece of, so I got my dining room, gotta catch them all. I got my dining room table and the chairs that came with it for like $30. It's a very nice, it's a nice table, but all of the like wicker backs to the chairs were falling apart, and so now I have like basically an entire like wicker back of a chair that I've used as a backdrop. I'm slowly starting to like add some things to photos that I think are relevant to like kind of the theme of the whatever I'm taking a photo of, because I feel like that's fun. Like I enjoy the photos that have kind of like relevant things in the photos. I'm kind of trying to figure out how to do that a little bit, but Oh! Like, let's see, my Instagram post on there today, I feel like the lighting is not great, which is a problem, but like they're kind of a marshy set, so I dragged some moss upstairs and used that as kind of a background. But let's grab some pink. But yes, Scryer makes beautiful dice, but they're completely different from the dice that I make. I feel like I don't use a lot of glitter in my dice usually. And you definitely do. Yes, yours have a lot of glitter. And they're really fun. A lot of hollow glitter and stuff. And they're super pretty. And completely different from what I make. I feel like, okay, there's like kind of different ways to make dice. Like Petri method, which I know that like Bosun really likes Petri dice. At least that's the impression that I got. And like dirty pours, and I don't know, there's just lots of different ways. I feel like and you're really good at like dusting molds with glitter. I feel like maybe my strong point's like dirty pours. I'm not sure. I feel like that's what you're slut for Petri at the moment. I feel like I'm almost I don't usually do a lot of Petri dice. I don't know. I feel like they never turn out as good as I want them to. I do really like the set that Bosun got for me. And I will definitely be taking photos of those, and they will end up online at some point because they turned out really pretty. One of your recent pours was a rainbow Petri. That's cool. That's really fun. But yeah, I feel like I don't usually, I don't know. I feel like I'm not as good at them as I am at some other methods. I feel like dirty pours I'm good at. I'm going to have, they're not here, they're upstairs, and they're all polished. But I made more sets of the like, these like kind of rainbow dirty pour ones. Kind of the pastel-y. They ended up more purples and blues. Well, these ended up kind of with some of the other colors. This is a set the first set that I did in this method, and I'm keeping it. I'm gonna have two sets of those available on January 1st. But like I feel like dirty pours are where I'm happiest. I like doing stuff like this too, where it's just a little bit. I like doing the kind of diorama type ones too, which is kind of what this is falling under a little bit. But they're definitely more work. These ones require more premeditation. Like these require me to actually think about what I'm going to be doing, which I'm not always the best at. Yeah, I feel like the nice thing about like, yeah, the dirty pours and the Petri and stuff, you definitely, you come in with like a plan, but you don't necessarily have to like prepare a lot of things beforehand, which is nice. You have to, grab your pigments and everything, but like, this is obviously taking more work than that would. I had to like come into this and be like, this is what I'm going to make, more than with like the Petri work. Well, I like the Petri too, not the Petri, the dirty pour too, and this goes for the Petri as well, because you don't necessarily know how it's going to turn out. Like, they're going to be different every time. Doesn't really matter what you do. They're going to vary, and that's fun. That's part of the reason that I enjoy making dice, is because obviously I can replicate some things. I can do the exact same method and end up with pretty much the exact same thing. But also it's fun because I can get something different every time, which is also fun. Alright, I think I almost have enough pink here. Yeah, my only problem is the red, really. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The prep for those two styles is really easy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. I love harmless chaos. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I think I like the mystery of it a little bit too. It's kind of like opening a present when I unmold everything. Oh wow! Thanks for raiding. Welcome. I'm just chopping things up. Hello. I'm not sure I've ever had anybody raid before. That's exciting. Excellent. Welcome, both Young King Kid, Miss Messy, GH50, Christmas raid. Yay! It's holiday time. I was just saying earlier that this is such a nostalgic season. I was asking folks if they've been doing anything like nostalgic this time of year. I'm so close to 50, and then I can make the silly emote of my face that was requested. Do I have any red? So I'm just cutting up old resin scraps at the moment. I have a lot of resin scraps, and I'm making like kind of little shards, and the plan is I'm going to mix these with like clear resin and maybe some glitter and stuff, and then shove them into the bottom of my molds, and then fill up the rest of the way with black so that hopefully they will look like little geodes at the top, because the top's on the bottom. But I don't know if I have any. I don't have a lot of good red. I need a good red. Let me look in here. This was kind of my catch-all orange and stuff. It was mostly like oranges and reds and stuff. Yeah, Scryer also does resin work here on Twitch, which is kind of fun. Yeah, that's all orange. Not any good red. Oh, actually, should I use? That's kind of orange as well. This is ground up chili pepper. This is ground up chili pepper in resin, which honestly makes a very pretty like set of dice. I should make a full set of those at some point. I did ground up chili pepper and gold foil, and it turned out really pretty. Let me see, do I have that? Maybe I have it over here. Yeah, here we go. It's with the old molds, so it's in my, and this one ended up kind of pockmarked and stuff, but it just ends up kind of fiery. Gold foil and chili pepper. Yeah, it's so much fun just putting random things. I got, my grandma ordered, what was it, dragon fruit powder online, and I asked for a little bit of it because I want to try. Oh, let's see if I can get the color. I'm gonna go down. There we go. You can kind of see the color. See if I'm gonna try putting that in resin at some point and see how it turns out, because it's very much a bright pinkish purple. True fireball. I was thinking of making D&D dice for every class, and then I was thinking of doing it for every subclass. And so my thought at one point was to name those Devil's Pact for warlocks. Make it kind of a warlock themed set of dice. But it is, yes, it's spicy dice. yes, like as I was saying before, I was that's blue. That's not orange. I was asking folks if they were doing anything nostalgic for the season. Because let's see, I've been watching. Well, both my brother and I apparently have been watching Let's Plays of people playing Undertale on YouTube. Because we're both feeling nostalgic. I've been drinking tea that was like the kind that we had, my parents had growing up. I've been watching Dan and Phil on YouTube. As a known slut for warlocks, I am looking. I'll have to make those at some point. I do kind of want to do a whole series of dice that is all of the D&D classes. Like, I feel like that'd be cool. That would probably take some work. Do a full set of dice that's like all of the D&D classes and all the D&D subclasses. Because I have some ideas. But that'd be quite a few. Alright. I don't know what I'm going to do about the red. Do I have any? I have something sticking to my hand. It's all blue down here. I don't have a lot of variations in red colors. I don't usually do a lot of. I think I'll probably end up adding some red glitter and stuff to this one, like more so than usual, because I have like this red. Oh wait, I've used a different red pigment. I don't know. I really only have like 2 red pigments. I don't use a ton of those. I might have to get a good like red mica powder at some point. Get a good kind of sparkly red one. That'd be kind of nice. I just have a couple of like translucent ones at the moment. I completely forgot what I was talking about before more people showed up. That's my bad. Yeah, if you haven't been here before, you will learn fairly quickly that I have a terrible short-term memory. You feel that every raid. I should figure out how to like raid other people. I've honestly not paid enough attention to how Twitch works. Do I have any red foil? Don't I have purple? What do I got over here? Let me grab some things. So I've got. See, I've got all sorts of different glitter here. Oh, that's the same, I think. I've got like red glitter. I have some red sequins. I might be able to actually, maybe I could actually use some of these. Oh, you just do /raid and then the username. Oh, okay. Like I have red sequins. I might be able to steal a couple of these and shove them in strategically. What do I got? What do I got? Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? I think this would be nice. I have this red chunky glitter that's in different sizes. Come on, focus. It doesn't want to focus, but it looks very pretty not focused. It never wants to focus close up. There we go. Yeah, this kind of red chunky glitter that's in different sizes. I think maybe I'll use some of this. I feel like that would be nice. Just because it's in like kind of different sizes. And so it'll look less even almost. Should send me some sample foils. Hey, go for it. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I have silver foil. I have gold foil. I have purple. Yeah, I don't have. I have more sequins. Oh, I should try these in dice at some point. Look, I found like not feathers, leaves. I have so many random things that I should try in resin at some point. I don't have any red foil. Oh wait, actually, yes I do. Yes I do. I'm looking in the wrong spot. Just a second here. You know, I have exactly what we should use. I forgot to open up my... out of the way so I don't knock them over. I have this garland. Oh, that looks darker, I think, on the screen. We should use, I'll use some strings of this. I think that'd look really cool, actually. Make sure I don't have anything else in here. I always forget about this box. Oh, no, that's all. It's all silver and stuff. That'll work perfectly, I think. Yeah, that's all. Cool, of course. Alright, I'm just going to cut off a very small section of that, and we're going to cut off the strings on that. Oh, gotta sleep. Alright, have a good night, Bosun. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, we have a solution. We'll add some of these kind of metallic red strings. What would I call these? Confetti? What would I... oh man, this is shedding everywhere now. I think I am still going to add some of this like mix matched chunky red glitter too. I think that'd be nice. I'm probably putting way more into these cups than I need to, because I really don't plan on having a ton showing. I guess, to be fair, I probably want to do a little bit more than I would think, so that I can make sure that it does show up when I add the black. But I don't think I need too much. That's probably enough of that. Set that off to the side. That's probably enough of this. I'm gonna start adding some glitter and stuff, I think, now. Let me set these away. So I think I have enough resin now. Let's add some other fun things. Oh gosh. Well, we'll just pretend that fits. It's fine. Alright, this goes over here. Alright, let's add some like glitter and stuff to these. Probably not too much. I don't want it to look like it's just glitter. I want it to look more crystally. But I feel like oh wait, before I do that, I do want to add some iridescent flakes to all of these, because I want these to look kind of crystally, and I feel like that has kind of the right sort of refraction to do that. What should I want to add? That's gonna be way more than I need. I'm gonna steal some of the stuff out of here. Actually, I'll probably steal some of the stuff out of all of these, because that's way more chunks than I need. Because a full set of dice is only 30 milliliters of resin, or it's about that. And this is just going to be one die. I think this is going to be the D20 though, so I will add a little bit more. I feel like that'll be, that'll be kind of crystally, I think. But yeah, let me add a little bit of this to all of these. I think I'm gonna mix this up. I'm gonna get rid of some of this, and I definitely made more than I needed to for probably all of these. I'd rather have a little bit extra than not enough, but that should be plenty. So I'm just kind of trying to do just a little section. A little section of the dice. I do always enjoy doing some of these more like kind of complex designs. Like, I feel like it's, as long as they, you know, turn out how I want them to, it's satisfying to have them once they're done, but definitely takes more brain power and a lot more work. So anyways, so it sounds like Miss Messy, you also do resin? What kind of stuff do you make with resin? Just wondering. There's some yellow. You make everything? Fair, fair. I have started doing more dice, but I do some, oh, jewelry, okay, cool. I've done a little bit of jewelry, but I kind of want to do a little bit more, I think. You want to make dice so bad. Oh, you get air bubbles. Yeah, I did get myself a pressure pot, to be fair. But you've tried 5 times. Oh man, what molds? You knew that was the trick? What kind of molds are you using? I'm just, maybe we can troubleshoot. You've disappeared and then reappeared. Connection is hell. Yeah, well, I completely disconnected last week. So, from my internet conked out in the middle of the stream last week. That was fun. Let's see. Full D&D set. Well, no, I was wondering, like, did you make your own molds, or did you buy a set of molds? Are they like this where they have caps, or do they have, like, just one little spot that comes up? Because these are cap molds, and then there's also sprue molds where it's not 2 pieces, it's just 1 piece. They got the little lids. Okay. Yeah, for those, I think making sure that you have as many air bubbles out as possible before putting the lids on, as well as the pressure pot helps a lot, especially with the lids. Oops. One on that. Let me get some of the blue out. You get a pressure pot, but you're clumsy. You have to be like, nah, this isn't for us, and blow up. To be fair, I feel like I was more worried about the pressure pot before I got it, and now that I have it, as long as I make sure that, like, I you know, get everything tight. Yeah, the ones from Wish and Amazon are a struggle to use. I did start with those, and they are a lot harder to use than, like, my handmade ones. Yeah, if you can get them right, you can get everything right. Yeah, the pressure pot, it was, yeah, they're gonna end up bubbly, probably, at least a little bubbly without the pressure pot. I haven't made, I don't know, I did make dice without the pressure pot with the Wish molds. I think yeah, wait a second. Let me find some of my beginning sets here. And then I'll try to remember what I did. Oh, yeah. No. Here's some of my first ones without a pressure pot. Like, the sides and stuff look good, but you can definitely, they probably look like that. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, if you can afford a pressure pot, it's really not as scary as it sounds like it would be. As long as you make sure the lid is on tight and you don't you make sure to only fill it up to, like, I have mine at like 40 psi usually. I think you can do them at like 35 even. Yeah, don't put too much in. But like my pressure pot has like a safety air valve and stuff too, so it does have built-in safety features and stuff. Oh yeah. If you want to keep trying making without one, you should join the Dice Making Discoveries group on Facebook. That's a good point. There's a lot of really good info there. Yeah, I don't know as much about doing it without a pressure pot. I've heard some people like put their resin into like a warm bath before pouring, so it makes it more liquidy. I've never done that. I'd be worried about it flash curing and stuff. But there is a lot of good information there if you look them up. I don't think I'm going to use that piece. Use a high viscosity resin, so it's very thick. Yeah, if you want the bubbles to get out, you're going to want a thin. Wait, is high viscosity? Yeah, high viscosity is thicker, right? Oh no, it's a very liquidy one. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of liquid diamonds too. I think it's also a very liquidy. It's a very liquidy one. Mine is more viscous, but also I like it more viscous. I use Art and Glow, which is definitely more, like I said, more. It's thicker. But I also have a pressure pot, so it works out fine. And I do plan to pour dice tonight, so we can talk through some of the stuff while I do that too. But yeah, I think ours are about around the same. I think we both use a one that's kind of thick. Okay, my thing over here where I've been pouring off my extra looks very pretty. Look at all that rainbow. Isn't that fun? Oh, this is going to need so little. This is going to be in the D4, I think. I'm going to need so little pink for the D4. Let's get out some of these bigger pieces. That's still going to be way too much, but... Make a rainbow dye? Yeah, I might do that. These are probably going to end up mixed, though, when I try to pour it in, so we'll see. Alright, those are all sparkly now. Tried a little bit of glitter. That'd be a little bit weird. We're just gonna do it. Oh, now you're pouring resin, so you'll be lurking. Alright, have fun. Good enough. I just want some variation in there. Alright. I think those are all set. I just set these up here. So I have, I'm going to do that set. That's going to be these. I want the highest numbers on the bottom because I want the colorful parts to be towards the higher numbers. So that's going to be that set. And then I want to do a set that has, oh wait, you know, making a rainbow die. I was trying to debate what to put with this. I have this holographic paper, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it with just like a solid color of resin and then crumple some up on the inside, something like that. But what if I did it with some rainbow bits? Like, do like 1/2 with like clear in the rainbow bits, and then like scrunch some of this up and put it in the middle, maybe? Ooh, that might be kind of interesting. Kind of scrunch that up a little bit and then put that, have some of these rainbow bits in there too. I think I do actually want some sort of glitter in this one though. Maybe I'll add some of the hollow glitter that I have. So there's only red glitter in there at the moment. Well, here, just a second here. I got a like multi-pack of these chunky glitters at one point, and maybe I'll add a little bit to some of these other ones too. It's kind of a salmon color. Glitter! Is that a red one in there? Let's just put a little bit of glitter in here too. Like I said, I don't usually use a ton of glitter in things, but I feel like might as well, right? Might as well. I'm trying to make these all shiny and shimmery. I did make, it was for a commission set, and that's what this is just like clear, but then it has some like iridescence to it, which is kind of fun. A sets of D6s, and they have all of these colors in them, but I don't know if we'll be able to see it, but they're just so shimmery, because they're all with micas. Well, they don't look super shimmery there, but they're very, very glittery, and it's very fun. I like this kind of glitter, I think. I like doing kind of shimmery glitters. That's more my speed. Don't think I need any in there. Let's add a little bit in the blue. Add a little bit of purple in here though. These are just going to be kind of a hodgepodge, I think. The one with these. I'm going to add a little bit of dark blue. I feel like there's not enough dark blue in here. Oops, I didn't add any dark blue to here. Alright. I'll add a little bit of green to here. This is just giving me an excuse to try out all of these glitters that I got, I guess. I got these partially because I wanted a silver holographic glitter that was star shaped. These are all what are six-sided dodecahedrons called? I'm blanking. I'm blanking on my geometry, guys. Oh no, take my degree back. What is a six-sided? Not a sextuplet, that's music. Make up words if you can't think. Okay, hey, I would be creating my own language if that was the rule. Sexagon? Well, it's probably sex something. Because that's usually, that means 6. Like, sept is 7. Sexagon, ooh. It is the most scandalous of shapes. It is, yes. Hexagon. Oh, yes. No, wait. Yes, hexagon. Yes, thank you. Why? No, wait. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Why can I not think of that? I guess I was trying to think, I was thinking it had to start with sex, because that's often used for 6 in, like, as a root word. That's probably where I was getting caught up. Could have been yellow. Yeah, I'll just pull out the, Oh wait, you know what I might do for the yellow? I think I'll add a little bit of gold foil to the yellow. I think that'd be kind of fun. We're gonna add just a little tiny bit of gold foil to the yellow. I'll break that up when I stir it. We'll add some different pink to the pink too. Okay. The tape from this is sticking to me. Oh, this is all smaller glitter. Alright. I'm gonna have glitter everywhere, aren't I? Alright. Cool. So I think we've got our sort of plan now. So we've got these, which are gonna be in that. We've got this random party monstrosity that's going to be with this. I think this I'm going to cut off a piece. Is there a spot where this was already cut? Oh, I thought I had seen a spot where it was already cut, but maybe not. Oh, yeah, right here. I'll probably need more than that, but let's cut some pieces here. Oh wait, maybe I won't need more because that's 2 pieces. So I'm gonna need 7. I think that's probably, my idea is to kind of crinkle it up maybe, and kind of put that into each one. I think I have kind of a plan. I think I'm gonna put some of this in. And I'm going to crinkle this up and put it in and then do a different color. Maybe like a dark blue? I feel like a dark blue might be pretty. Let's do a dark blue. Let's do like this royal blue, I think. I have all of my different colorant chips. I had them all in a string at one point. And then, where's the royal blue? Come on, royal blue. That's blue. That's royal blue. Okay. I had them all on a string at one point. That's why they have little loops. That doesn't. Little loops on them, and then I couldn't actually like move them apart to look at them, and I gave up. All right. I think that's not a bad size. I don't know. I'm second guessing myself now because I kind of like the idea of just doing like this in the dark blue because I feel like that would be pretty. I am the master at second guessing myself. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this actually works out because I'll use a smaller piece for the D4. It takes so little to fill in a D4. Thought about wizards again. Oops. Do you have fun wizard lore to share with the class? We're always down for hearing about your wizard lore for your world that you've built. Alright. I'll keep thinking about this. While we do that, I have a couple other things that I want to set up before I pour resin. And that is... Okay, that's gonna go with that. These are gonna go with this. Okay, I have some little mushroom necklaces. These ones are already poured. And then these ones I want to set up. I've made little tiny mushrooms out of polymer clay. There's those. There's little trios of very simple mushrooms. And I need to make more of my red ones. I'll show you. I have one over here as an example, but I'm not going to put it in because I want it as an example. I have little red, oops, like Amanita muscaria ones that I made out of polymer clay. And so that's what's in these. You can see the top of the red thing there. I need to make more mushrooms, but I'm gonna make, 4 more of these tonight, because might as well. So I have my normal way that I do this. So these ones, I need to add these little pins too, so that I can make loops at the top of them. And then these, I'm going to put some mushrooms in so that I can actually just make some more. So the base plan here, I'll grab one that's in the polish at the moment. I think I noticed in here. Yeah, here's one. It might be a little cloudy at the moment because I'm in the middle of, I have it in a tumbler for polishing. But here's an example of one. It's just a little crystal necklace with some like dirt, moss, grass, little mushroom. So there's an example of what I'm making. And then I have these little loops on top so that I can attach them to a cord and use them as pendants. Alright, let me set this back over here so I don't forget about it. Oops. That's what we're going to make. So the first step here is I take a little bit of my dirt, which is actually coffee grounds. It's dried coffee grounds. It has a good texture to it for dirt. Oh no, the sides of this are so staticky. I'm trying to push some of this down on the sides. I don't want to scratch it too much, but just a little bit down in the tip of the crystal shape. And once again, Jen in the chat, Bearders, was very nice and got these for me. Since my old ones here are getting a little worn. Just a little worn. And if a little bit of dirt ends up on the side, it'll get pushed down a little bit with the resin anyways, and also just kind of looks somewhat natural. So it works out. And then I have a little bit of this kind of moss. That's definitely, I've gone through a bit. I'm just going to throw that in here. I might have to get some more of this kind of moss, but it's a very kind of dense kind of moss. It wants to focus on the things I want to focus on. There we go. But just a little tiny piece of this, like that. I might take a little bit more than that, but I take that and I shove that down next to make kind of a little mossy bed for the mushroom to sit on. I'm glad I pulled out the new moss because my other moss was getting kind of scraggly, so that'll be better. I'm now very interested to go check out, just a second here, let me, hopefully this does not play sound. Just a second here. Sorry, I'm now stalking you on Twitch because I want to see what you make. Sorry. No! Stop that.
Is this the right place?
No! I don't want ads. Stop it. What is that? Not. There we go. Sorry, I heard someone else makes resin things, so now I have to go look. Ooh, you make such pretty things. I like your stuff, Miss Messy. Sorry, I took a break to stalk your Etsy shop. But everything here's so pretty. Ooh, I like that. No, those are all lovely. I love your use of like color. They're gonna make you cry. They're so pretty. Well, to be fair, I'm probably a sucker because you have a lot of like rainbowy things here, and I'm a sucker for rainbows. But no, yeah, I feel like your use of color is really nice. Like the kind of sherbet. Oh, like these sherbet coffin earrings. Those are cool. You love color. Yeah, I do too. All right, let me go back to that. Sorry, I just got distracted. I'm trying to think of like what my kind of style is. Well, to be fair, that's hard to judge, especially for yourself. But like people who do make like paintings and drawings and stuff, like people will talk about what their like signature style is. Now I'm trying to think of what my signature style is for resin. Your signature style is mess, hence the name. Well, you can see my craft space right now. It's not the cleanest. I feel like resin is not a clean material medium to work in. I've always liked messy crafts though. Like, I really like painting. I always end up covered in paint. I have made soap, which you don't want to get that on you, but it's still a bit of a mess. Just saying. I just like so many different styles though. Like there's so many different things that I like. Like I feel like I am somewhat pastel goth at heart, but also I just love bright colors, and also because let's see, I like the macabre. I like rainbows. I feel like your style's fairly pastel goth with like your coffin earrings and the pastel colors and stuff. I like lots of things though. I like the like kind of a fey overgrown sort of vibe. Oops, why did I set that over there? I'm not done with this. I just like I like things. I like lots of things. I like lots of things. But now I'm trying to think of your simple fool. Gold just swirls a little bit and you get very excited. Well, I was saying earlier, I'm just a sucker for gold foil too. I'm just a sucker for gold foil. Just a second here. Yeah. Well, simple mind, simple pleasures. I get that. Oh yeah, I've always been fairly happy being that person that gets excited about clouds. Like clouds are so pretty, but like here's a fairly simple set. It's just rose petals and like gold foil in it. It's not cleaned up yet, which is why it's down here, but like it's a fairly simple design, but it's just so pretty to me. Yeah, I am really liking all of the flower ones. I'm also enjoying like this kind of one too. Like that's just kind of fun as well. I don't know. I like so many things. And I'm sure I do have like a style that is uniquely mine. It's just very hard to pinpoint what it is. Like, well, because like I was saying earlier, Scryer, who's probably lurking, because she was going to go pour some resin as well, like, also makes dice. And like I was saying earlier, we obviously have very different styles. We both make dice, but we make completely different things. Which is cool. Like, I don't know, it's just cool to me that we can make the same type of thing, but make them completely different. But I feel like a big part of, like, Scryer's brand is definitely glitter. Which is cool. I don't use a ton of glitter. I'm wondering what my defining characteristic is. I guess it kind of goes back to like I was doing a voice acting class for a while, which was very fun. And it's useful to know what you're going to be typecast as. And it's not like a bad thing to be typecast, it's kind of about knowing your brand. But part of that is knowing what you sound like, which is difficult to a certain extent to think about it like clinically yourself. I guess it's kind of like that with art too. It's hard to maybe realize what people see as your defining characteristics with your art. I'm always curious about that kind of stuff. It's like that. I've always been curious, like, you know, what 3 adjectives would people use to describe me, sort of thing too. That sense of how do other people perceive me and the things that I create, and how is that different from the way that I perceive me and the things that I create. We're getting some sort of weird philosophical here. But I feel like, well, let's see. I just looked at your stuff, Miss Messy. But I feel like you have like your stuff looks like very like clean and polished, and definitely colorful, but maybe more like cutesy pastel goth colorful. Because like you have like cute gummy bears, and you're very much a perfectionist. I'm very bad at being a perfectionist. I feel like this is good for me. It forces me to be somewhat of a perfectionist in making dice. Yeah, your work looks very clean and professional, but like, but yeah, it's like bright and colorful, but kind of macabre and kind of cutesy. I feel like just then that's just a very quick analysis of what I saw in your shop. That could be way wrong, but that was just kind of like my initial the initial vibe that I got. For every one thing that's in your shop, there's 20 more that didn't make it. Womp womp. Yeah. There's a few things where, well, to be fair, it's kind of been interesting with the dice and stuff too, because there's definitely been ones where I'm like, I don't know if I like these, and then I just changed like one little thing, and so I'm like, oh, okay, actually these aren't too bad. I had 2 different sets of dice that I did that recently. There was one set that was kind of like a pastel pink and blue kind of and I was just like, I don't know if I like these. And then I made them matte instead of shiny, and I was just like, oh, I like these. There's that one little change. Really changed things. Yeah, I probably should be more of a perfectionist than I am. I've always been more of a big picture person than a details person. Like, I'm better at coming up with ideas than executing them sometimes, but I do also want what I make to be as good as it possibly can be. Alright, there's those. Set these off to the side here. Alright, so there's a few things that I need to glue down. So I mentioned this earlier in the video, but I have kind of some light brown in the bottom of this one that's already cured. And then I plan to glue down these little cactuses that I made out of polymer clay into like kind of the middle of it, and then fill it up with clear so that it looks like there's like cactuses in the sand. We'll see if I can do that with Elmer's glue. I don't know. And I'll get some of these other things probably glued first. So the way that I attach my cords, because I have these little pins that have one little flat end. They have one little flat end to them. So I glued that flat end to the top here and then add a little bit more resin. And that holds them in place. And I can turn those into my loops and sand the edges, and it turns out pretty good. It's a little bit more rustic, I think, but I feel like that kind of fits the vibe of the mushrooms. It's a little bit more kind of a rustic vibe. And I just use a little bit of Elmer's glue to tack these on initially. And then I make sure that that dries before I pour the resin. Because as long as it dries first, it turns clear. You can't see it at all. I did pour resin once without letting it dry all the way, and it had stayed kind of as kind of a white blob, which was not attractive. Oops! I knocked over my stack of molds. Okay, unstack these over here. All right. All right. I'm in kind of a crunch mode at the moment. I'm trying to get my store restocked on January 1st. So I'm trying to get stuff ready to go for then. Alright, let's see if I can get these glued down. There's not a lot of... I didn't leave a lot of surface area on this cactus. Let me see if I can flatten this out a little bit. Just my fingernail. Let's see if I can get this to stand up straight. I'm worried that this cactus is going to fall down. I want it to be in the middle-ish. I think I'm probably going to end up gluing this and holding it for a minute while it dries. Oh, actually, I probably want to put this one down first. Okay. I have like a little short, squat cactus and then a tall one. So let me place these down inside. Ah! All right, let's see if I can get this tall one to stand up. Oh, it's standing up. No one breathe. I'm gonna leave that there for a minute, and hopefully it will stay standing up, and then we'll see. This one, This one, I don't know how I'm gonna do this exactly. So I have this D6 that I made for a commission, but it ended up with a giant bubble in the corner, which is kind of my bad. But I'm gonna try and turn it into a keychain. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll try doing this one with UV resin instead of 2-part resin. I might try connecting this one with UV resin. I might do that instead. I think I'll do this one later. I'm gonna try connecting this one with UV resin instead of the 2-part. Put this over here. Put these away before I get resin all over. Alright, cool. So, what we have to pour is this set of dice with the rainbow of geodes. These 4 mushroom necklaces, just a little bit on top to seal in the metal part. I have a set of D6s here that I need to match to this red color because the order was for, this was a commission set for 12 D6s, and I just need 4 more, and I need them in this color. So there's that. I'm just making sure I have everything before I actually pull out the resin. So there's that. the last little part of this desert one. That's also going to be clear. And so let me put all my clear things together. So these are all just going to be clear. And I'm also going to take a second here because I want to make sure these dry all the way before I do my resin. All right, that's going to be red. These ones. What do I want to do with these ones? Where did I set that blue? Oh, here it is. Okay. So I was debating so I want to use this holographic like foil stuff. And my plan is to kind of crinkle it up and then put it in, shove it in to the molds. And I was debating doing that with these random bits. But I'm debating whether I want to go for something that's like more fun party or a little bit more like sophisticated looking-ish. Like do this and just like a dark blue and maybe something else. Let's do the party thing. We have all those bits anyways, and I can always make another set later differently. So let's do that. So we have all of those. We have all of our pieces of foil. I don't know what to call this. It's like a plastic sheet. Wait a minute. 2, 4. I have an extra here. Where's my extra? That's your D8s. D20, D12, D00, D0, D8. Oh, I have 2 D6s here. Oh, that one is from a different thing. That can go back over here. Okay. This is the problem, is that I've worn all of the writing off the top of my molds. So now I can't see it. All right. So I think my plan is I'm going to mix this with clear, put some of it in, crinkle this up and put it in, and then put like a dark blue on the other side. I think that's my plan. I'm going to mix these with clear, put a little bit in the bottom, and then have a black that I'm then going to pour in, so hopefully it will look like a geode. These are going to be just red, and these are going to be clear. Let me figure out amounts. 3, 6, 75-ish, maybe 80. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, or 10. 90. So I think I'm going to make 100 milliliters, and I think that should be almost just the right amount. That's going to be fairly close. Yeah, we're going to do 100 milliliters, and that should be very close to the correct amount. All right. I think those will finish drying. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let me just grab my stuff. I sprayed her on. I'm going to sound very funky for a moment. It's going to get kind of muffled. So I'm going to sound like this for a little bit, just for resin safety reasons. I need to get new filters for this mask. I keep forgetting. I think the filters are getting a little bit old on this. And I'm going to button up my sweater once, just so, hopefully it doesn't end up in the resin. I'm wondering if the filters is why it's been like kind of clicking weirdly. It's like the air pressure's off in here. I think it might be the filters, I don't know. Okay. Let me grab a mixing cup. Which one's cleanest? I think this is probably cleanest. Alright. So I use Art and Glow. And I use it a lot, so I have big containers of it. Right, so that's the thicker one. I always pour the thicker one first because I have less control over it. This was a lot thicker than like this one, which is a lot more money. But yeah, I always pour the thicker one because I have less control over it. So if I mess up, it is easier to correct it if I don't have the other one poured already. But we're gonna do 100 milliliters of resin, so 50 of each. I'm gonna need that. That's fine. And I have that. Let me just make sure I have these. Yeah, that should be fine. Gloves there. Good. I'm gonna be quiet for just a second while I pour this because I can't measure and talk at the same time. Oh man, I'm glad that I have new cups in the way because this is impossible to read. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Alright. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves. 10, 20, 30. These are getting very cloudy. It's hard to see through them. Yeah. Alright, there's that. Part one. Just double check. Alright, at the line, yep. And we'll add part two. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yes. Alright. Alright, and then there's part two. Like I said, that one's a lot more. This one's a lot easier to control. And if I can get the lid on, than the thicker one. Stir with. Alright, and now we're going to stir for a bit. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody's day going? Anybody working on anything fun? I know that I like to watch things while I work on other projects. So, wondering if other people are working on arts and crafts at the moment. Yeah, I don't know, my mask is kind of like strangely clicky. I think probably it's because I need to replace the filters or something, because this is fairly new, and I think these filters are getting kind of old. But yeah, I need to get new ones. I'll go look online. Probably. Yep. I've been streaming for 3 hours. It is, I kind of expected it to be a little bit of a longer stream than usual. Usually I stream for like 2.5, depending on what I'm working on. The longest I've ever streamed was 5 hours, and I was working on a polymer clay piece, which just takes time.
But I did expect this one to take longer just because I was going to be cutting up all those pieces, and I knew that was going to take time. But I don't know how long I'll end up going. We'll get all this stuff poured. It's 1 a.m. so you need to go to sleep. It was fun talking to you. Oh, thanks. Yeah, have a good night. Sleep well. Glad you could stop by. I'll have to come see what you're working on your channel too. So, yeah, have a good night. Yeah, it's only 10 p.m. for me, which is good. Oh, I really need to figure out what I'm doing when I reach 50 followers, because I was planning on doing a giveaway of some sort. Doing a stream, like making something in the stream and then doing a giveaway for that, whatever I make. And I really need to figure out how I'm going to do that. Because I don't know if it's going to be just everyone who follows me, or if it's people who show up for the stream and are following me. And in that case, I'll have to figure out how to, like, take down names and stuff. I might have to message, yeah. If you're still on Scryer, I might message you about that, because I know you did a giveaway not too long ago. I know that if you are still on, you're pouring resin, so you can't talk at the moment, but if you are on, I might message you to figure out how to do a giveaway, because, yeah, I don't know how to do that. Not quite sure how to get it so people can enter. I need to figure out like the rules, I guess, for entry. And I think it's definitely going to be people who are following me on Twitch for sure. Yeah, no worries. Like I said, I'll talk to you later about that probably. Yeah, I figure it will be people who are following me, and then maybe also show up for the stream. But I'm also not sure. I was debating doing like a long stream too, where I do all sorts of different projects, but I don't know if there's a point to that, or if people would enjoy that. Work on some embroidery, maybe do some painting, do some resin. I could do that. I could do a long stream where I work on all sorts of different things, and then maybe end with the pouring resin, and then that would be the giveaway. Would be the thing that I pour at the end. I do think I maybe want to set up like a poll so that people could like I could do a poll of people during the stream of what they would want to see made, so like colors and stuff. I'll need to figure that out. I'll need to set it up since I'm getting close to the follower goal. Whew. Maybe I'll add that to my to-do list. Figure out. Maybe I'll work on that tomorrow or something. Figure out how to set up a giveaway and what the rules are going to be for putting in an entry. This is starting to look good. I don't see any streaks, but let me stir it just a little bit more. I just want to make sure it's stirred all the way. I'd rather over stir it than under stir it. And I have a pressure pot, so I'm not too worried about any extra bubbles that I put in here. I don't want to add a whole bunch, but if there's a few extras, not going to be a big deal. That looks pretty clear though. I think we're good. I'm going to grab a pipette for filling all of the clear ones, because I think that's going to be needed, especially for going around this cactus that I have standing upright. So I think it's fairly delicate in how it's balanced at the moment. I don't want to knock it over with the resin, so I want to try and kind of add it evenly on both sides to a certain extent. Alright, that looks mixed. Alright, there we go. Let me add some clear to these guys. I'm just going to add like a drop or two to each of these. I just want enough to hold those down. I don't want a whole bunch of like extra that ends up looking funky. If that makes sense. If I add a whole bunch, you'll end up with a distinctive line between the two. I just want enough to kind of fill in the divot and hold down the little pin. As for these though, let's get these full. I'll fill in my little mushrooms here. And I'll add like a pipette to each, and then that'll slowly sink down and I'll add more. Bubbles like to get caught, so it takes a second for things to actually get all the way down into the mold. Especially the ones that are... I might actually be able to show you now that I have some new molds here and you can see through them. Oh wow, I can actually see through them. Woo! Here, let's see if I can show you. So, you can kind of see, let's see if I can get it, see if you can see there's no resin down here. It's all up here at the moment. That's all air down there. I'm going to take one of my little things here. I'm just going to push down on the mushroom in here, and that will force some of the air to come up. And once that bubble comes up enough, I will let go and it will pull some of the resin down to replace that air. And I'll do that a couple of times to get the resin down in there. Oh, it's actually started, oh! And I went down in this one really well. I think this one's maybe a little bit smaller. So that's good. Wasn't expecting that one to sink down so well. I am still going to press this over to the center and press down. I do want to get the air bubbles out. Even though I have a pressure pot, which it basically takes bubbles and then it adds so much pressure to them, they get so small that you can't see them. But that doesn't really work for giant air bubbles, because they'll get pressed down, but then they'll just be smaller air bubbles. But if there's a big gap somewhere, you'll still have a big gap. Come on, I just want the air to be towards the center more. Alright, this one's actually doing pretty well. Let that one sink down. Oh, I hear a kitty cat outside my door. I was wondering if there was going to be any kitty cats that wanted to join. They are always very unhappy when I'm in a room that they're not in, especially if they can't get into that room. So this is a fairly common occurrence when I'm in the craft room and I'm working with resin or something else that is somewhat toxic, and I don't want the cats to get into it. They like to come and scream outside the door and let me know how unhappy they are. There's a bubble trapped underneath the head of this one. Alright, that one's going. Alright, so that is actually filled up somewhat better than I thought they would. I am still going to I need to add some more resin to these. I am going to push down on these mushrooms as well. Even though they're smaller and the air bubbles can get past them easier, I still want to make sure that they are seated well in the moss at the bottom. And I can see one that's kind of fallen over. I can see some air bubbles in there too. There's air bubbles kind of trapped in the moss as well. So I'm just kind of pushing down on these and then get some of the air to come out of the moss. And this is viscous enough that I haven't had an issue with like the moss trapping too much air. I've really only had issues with like the mushroom itself, if it has like a big cap to it, ending up with an air bubble underneath it. Because I got caught completely, but it's still, like I said, good to get as much air out as possible. There's definitely air in here. Alright. These are looking pretty good. While I let those settle, I'm going to attempt to add the clear to this. I added the, let's see if I can get it so you can see. It's hard to see. There's a couple little cactuses in there. You can kind of see them. It's a little dark. Not great lighting. But there's a couple little cactuses in here. I'm gonna surround them with clear. I was debating doing like a really light blue, but I worry that would obscure them almost too much. And I almost, hi Dr. Sci-Fi. Which is a pretty color? Which is a pretty color? But, do you want to just help up? Oh, this teal color. Yeah, these are just my molds. I do like this teal color. At the moment, I'm just adding clear to this one, though. I was debating doing like a light blue resin with the little cactuses that I have in here, but I decided that it might obscure them a little bit too much. I wanted to make sure that they could be seen clearly. Also, I wasn't sure if it would look too cool, because I want these to be like very deserty. How many casts can I get out of a mold before needing to remold? I'm bad at estimating that sort of stuff, but probably at least like 20 sets of dice. Other things would probably last longer, but just because of how the dice, you have to kind of work to get the dice out of the molds. It scratches them up slowly over time. And with the dice, since they're so small, that's a lot more visible than it would be on something larger. So if I was making like some sort of other mold, I'd probably use it more. But just because of the size of what I'm making and how much work it takes to get things out of the molds, probably about 20 would be my guess. 20 sets of dice, probably. I'm not sure exactly. And that might vary between types of silicone too. I don't know. I've really only used this type of silicone. I like because different silicones are stronger than others. This one is, I like it because it seems kind of middle. Yes, the top cap adds the last face. Yeah, all these have lids on them at the moment. And yeah, and since they're kind of enclosed, like I say, it takes more to get them out. It scratches them up. Different silicones. I don't know if different silicones would work better or not. But let me just add a little bit there. So I shouldn't need too much in all of these. Quite honestly, I use this silicone. There's way more purple than I need. I use this silicone because it has a long working time, and I don't have like a vacuum chamber to get bubbles out, so I pour really, really slowly, which also helps to prevent bubbles. And so I want something that has a long working time with the silicone. Let's see. You've poured resin before. You mostly do EVA foam work. What is EVA? Is that a type of foam? And what sort of stuff do you make? Oh, it's like a floor mat foam. Okay. Do you do like costume pieces, or are you doing something for like industrial purposes? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you can get different thicknesses for cosplays and stuff. I'd be interested in trying to do some of that stuff. I bet that probably takes a lot of skill though. Make Star Wars droids. That's cool. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Doctor Sci-Fi, do sci-fi stuff. That's super cool. I've kind of wanted to try and do some like cosplay stuff maybe with some of that foam, but I don't have any characters in the works at the moment that I feel like I need to do. Okay, how much do I have here? I have. Oh, it's cheap and it's easy to work with. Well, if I ever need to do like a cosplay prop or something, I'll have to look into it. I'm very forgiving. That might be fun. I like doing all sorts of different arts and crafts, so maybe I'll have to look into that at some point for... I really like cosplaying, but it's been a long time. Oh, thanks for following. It's really cool that you make like droids and stuff, though. That's really cool. I seem to always... I usually work at like a smaller scale, if you couldn't tell. So I'm impressed with people that make like the big things like that. Alright. How much do I have? I've used about 20. 2 more! I know, I'm so close to 50 followers. It's very exciting. Like I said, I really need to figure out how to do a giveaway. I'm planning to do a giveaway at 50 followers. I need to figure out the logistics of it. It's easy to make big things. I guess it depends on what you're making. Yeah, it depends. Like, there's certain things with the resin here, because it's such a small scale, like, flaws can show up more easily. But at the same time, like, big things take a lot of work, and I feel like I work better in short periods of time, almost. Gotta do all of this. Probably more than I need. Well, this isn't particularly. If you do what I did, it's really easy. What? Oh, thanks for hosting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna hit you up later, Scryer, and figure out how to set that up. I don't know, is that what the extensions and stuff is that you used? Probably need to use about 10, 15, probably about 10. Oh, you know what I didn't grab? I didn't grab that. I need that. A little bit more. Is that closer? Yeah, that's about 10. Alright, so let's mix this all together. This is just kind of a conglomeration of everything. I'm going to put this into one half of a dye and then put this holographic foil, and then I'm going to do a dark blue. That's my plan anyways. I just want enough to kind of. Alright, and then 2, 4, 6, 8. I need about a little bit more than 15 in here. I'm probably going to do almost 20 because my thing's very cloudy. Alright, probably about 20 in here. Oops. How much was that? Is that 20? Oh no, I don't remember what it was. 1, 2, 1. No, I need 1 more, 10 more. I believe that's where I'm at. Where's the... Yeah, I think that's about what I need, right? 1, 2, 1. Wait. No, I need a little bit more in here. Hopefully I have enough resin for all of these. Okay, that's going to be the red. Okay, I'm going to start with my Geode ones. I'm most excited about those. So for the D20, gosh, I've got so many things in my workspace. My plan here is I'm going to do kind of a little bit, go down the line. Oops. There we go. I'm going to kind of go down the line and add a little bit of each color. Because I want these to look kind of geode-y. I don't need a ton, probably. I want to kind of center it into the bottom here. And the idea is that these cut up pieces of colored resin, which are just scraps, will kind of look like crystals, hopefully. And then when I pour black in, which is the eventual plan, it'll kind of look like geodes. They'll hopefully kind of look like little hollowed out sections. Okay, that's kind of messy. Let's get a couple of these pieces off. I hope that there's enough resin in that. Well, there should be enough that it will kind of sink down to the bottom a little bit. You're off to bed. All right. Yeah, have a good night, Square. Thanks for stopping by. It was a good. Well, I guess we didn't chat too much, but it was good chatting. And I'll hit you up later about giveaway stuff, probably, if you don't mind. But have a good night. All right. Some kind of red. This is going to be the black. Let me flip things over a little bit. So there's going to be the D20. And then the D12, I'm going to go down the color line kind of in order. Alright, so D12 is going to be orange. And again, I'm just going to shove this in here. I have a little bit of iridescent foil in here. I felt like that kind of added to the sort of crystally look that I'm going for. It might be a little bit too much, but that's okay. I want them to all be a little bit different from each other. And that'll work out fine. Alright. I'm going to do the D10 with the 2 zeros on it. With my yellow. Let me see if I can break up this gold foil a little bit. It's yellow. I added a little bit of gold as well. I figured that was kind of yellowish. Alright. And there's not a ton of it here. I think it'll add a little bit of kind of a darker yellow almost, if that makes sense. It's hard to do a dark yellow. Dark yellow just does not end up looking nice. Alright, let's see if I can show you what I just did. I just kind of scooped some of, it's not great lighting up here. I just don't want to show it because it's so dark. You can kind of see, I just kind of shoved some of that yellow goop down into the bottom. And hopefully it will end up looking like crystals. We'll see. Just put a little bit more here. Alright, there's that one. And then the other D10. This one's going to be green. Set this over here out of the way. And just swap again. I'm going to add grab another kind of gloop of these chunky bits. Oops! Wow. It's definitely chunky because that all stayed in one piece when I dropped it. And I'm going to put that in there too. And I'm just going to shove that down towards the bottom again. Make sure I get all the green off of this before I move on to the blue. Alright, next down the line is D8, so I'm going in number order. And now we're going to the blue. I feel like that could use a tiny bit more resin. A little tiny bit. Alright, that's a little bit better. And it's actually sticking together now. It's like when you're baking and it's a little bit like you have flour and water in there and it's just a little bit too dry. Let's try that back out. It was kind of at that point where it just wasn't sticking together quite right. I don't want it too liquidy, but I want it to stick together. Alright. Get all the blue off of here. And move on to the purple. That's going to be the D6. I have kind of a couple bigger pieces in here. I think I want to get at least one of those bigger pieces in here. Maybe not all of them though. Don't need all of that in there. Alright, there's the purple. And then the D4, the little D4 is going to be pink. And it shouldn't take very much at all. The D4 never takes very much. I'll probably only fit a couple little pieces in here. I do want to try and get kind of a variety of the pinks that I have in here. Some of the, get a piece of iridescent foil. Make sure that gets down to there. There's a cat hair in here, which is the normal state of my craft room. There's always a cat hair somewhere. Alright. And there's all the colors. Excellent. And I have, and then let's see here, what do I want to do next? I think I'm going to put about 20 milliliters in here, so right about, so I'm going to go about 40. Where am I at? Perfect. That's about 20. And we still have, what was it, 40? Oh, we're okay. We're gonna go a little bit more to this. We just need a little bit more than 30 probably for this side over here. It takes about 30 milliliters. Yeah, let's try this. I'm looking at it from the inside because this silicone cup is so clouded. The silicone, as you use it more, with the resin, gets more and more clouded over time. So it's very hard for me to see where the level's at. Add a little bit more. I prefer to have a little bit of extra. I think that's probably enough. What with the, yeah, we're gonna call that good. And we're gonna mix up our black. And this black is very potent, so I just need a little tiny drop on the end of my stir stick here. I'll show you. I have just a little tiny drop on the end. It looks bigger than it is, but here, I'll turn it to the side. You can kind of see the drop there. And that should be plenty to turn this black. This is a very, very pigmented. Yeah, this is kind of fun. I don't know. I feel like that's always satisfying to me. Just that little tiny drop. Start stirring it in, and it's just so black. And that's pretty opaque too. Actually, I might want a little bit, tiny bit more. Let me stir this in all the way, and then I'll reassess. No, it's pretty opaque. I think we're good. I worry that I'm not going to have enough resin though. I think I should. You know. Do I want to add a little? No, we're gonna go with this. I think we're gonna call that good. I might. Yeah, we're gonna call that good. I think I should have enough. If not, I'll end up pouring some more black. I'm just gonna pour this in over the top. And hopefully, where I stacked in all the stuff, there will be enough of clear resin that ends up at the bottom that it will create kind of a pocket of that color. That's my idea. Well, we'll see how it turns out. I don't know if I made enough black. We'll find out. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to end up having to make more black. That's okay though. This is luckily dark enough that I don't think I will end up. Oops. I don't think I'll end up accidentally not matching the blacks. That's always my concern if I don't have enough, is that I will make it so that if I have to make more, it doesn't match. But this is not. I don't know if I would be able to do that almost. I feel like it'd be difficult for me to make a black that doesn't match with the same black. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit more of this. Okay, that's actually probably enough. And so little, I'm just going to do just a little drop on the side here. And then I'm just going to drag that down with the Alright. Hopefully that's enough resin. I think it should be. Well, this might even be. Yeah, that should be fine. This is actually more opaque, but I don't think it'll matter too much. It's not too different. I'm hoping I don't end up with too many air bubbles too. That's another slight concern with having all these little pieces in here, is that air will get trapped underneath. I think I still didn't make enough. I want to make sure that I have enough of this other piece, this other set over here. Alright. Whew. Alright. Let's see if I can scrape out enough to fill this. Nope, I need to make more. I need to make more. Still don't have quite enough. And I just need a little tiny bit more for the D4 and the caps. Just slowly adding more. It's too sticky. A little tiny bit more black. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. And I just want to have enough to fill these. I want these to be like overflowing just slightly, so that when I put them in the pressure pot, there is enough extra resin to fill in where there's some tiny bubbles on the inside. There's some big bubbles on the outside at the moment. Oh, I was like, why is there so many bubbles? It's because I have all of those pieces in the bottom, like I was saying, air bubbles get trapped. So these are. I'm gonna let some of the bubbles come to the surface on these, and while I do that, I'm gonna add just a little bit to the caps. And again, it helps to have a little bit of extra for when I put them in the pressure pot, so that they have some resin to fill in the gaps where the bubbles were. And also, I want to prevent some air bubbles getting trapped between the lids and the base part, or the resin there. I don't want to add any giant air bubbles by putting the lid on, and this will hopefully help prevent that a little bit. It doesn't take a ton on here, I just want enough to kind of cover the numbers at least, so that I don't end up with air bubbles around them. Especially like on the zeros and stuff here, they like to, like on this 10 right here, there's an air bubble I can see in the 0. They like to get caught in those kind of little curved areas. I'm just gonna kind of fix that a little bit. I'm just gonna try and work the air bubble out of there and get it to fill with resin instead. Get rid of some of these bubbles. A lot of people will use like a flame or a heat gun or something to pop the bubbles on the surface. I use rubbing alcohol because it breaks the surface tension, and it also doesn't prevent curing at all. So it should, yeah, it should pop the surface tension, break the surface tension of the resin, so that the bubbles will pop. I might still come in and pop a couple of these, but I'm still gonna let these sit a minute too, because there's little bits at the bottom, and so there might still be a little bit of air that rises to the surface. And let me just add a little bit more, a couple of these where there's been big air bubbles that come up, and so there's not as much resin there as there used to be. Alright, so these last ones, and I want to work somewhat quickly. I'm not in any giant rush, but there is a work time with this stuff. I'm going to do something kind of similar. Except that this time I have like a whole mix of stuff, and I'm going to fill it up part of the way with this. Let me grab my stick from before. This was too big. I'm going to kind of try and put some of this mixed color down in the bottom. And I don't need it to be a ton. That's fine. I did make some like, well, I was calling them my everything but the kitchen sink dice, and they were all sorts of. Jen is back and has thought about wizards once more. It had all sorts of like cut up pieces of resin, gold foil, iridescent flakes, glitter, all that sort of stuff. So this kind of reminds me of those a little bit. Everything in the kitchen sink dice. And I think I'm going to add a little bit more clear and then shove that in. Alright, I just want a little bit in the D4 because, again, the D4, just a little tiny bit fills a D4. Like the D20s and the D12s, they take quite a bit to fill, but the D4 takes so little. It's always kind of amazing to me how far resin goes, because like a full one of these is a set of dice, which is just so strange to me that a full one of these is a set of dice. It seems like dice should have more volume than that. It's just so strange. Alright, let's add a little bit more to the D20. Yeah, that's good. Let's scrape some of these pieces off. We'll figure out something to put these in. Maybe a spare D4 or something. Alright, I'm going to add just a little tiny bit of just the clear, because I don't want to trap too much air. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm not going to add a whole bunch of the clear. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take these, and I'm going to shove them in the clear before scrunching them in, and that will hopefully prevent some air bubbles from getting trapped. So we're just going to take that, and it also has a whole bunch of clear with it, so we're just going to take that and shove that in. There's a whole bunch of clear that I'm just going to straight back off into there. So I shove this in. I actually don't want all of that clear resin at the top. So I'm going to add some blue. So I am making a mess. But that's fairly normal for me. That has resin all over the place, but that's okay. Let's do this big one to the D20. I'm still doing it this way though, because I want these to get coated in resin so that they hopefully won't have too many air bubbles. Of course, it's making them very slippery, and now I can't pick them up with my tweezers, which is an issue. There we go. Take this, shove it into the D20. What did you think about wizards this time, Jen? Anything exciting? Are you making a wizard, or is this another NPC for your D&D world? Okay, now I'll shove it down in there. Let's grab another big piece for the D12. Alright, I just want to get that coated in resin. And I think it is starting to thicken up a little bit, which is a sign that I'm further into my, there's a working time on this resin. I don't remember exactly how long it is. I think I can push it a little bit, but and some things I want it to be thicker, but it does make it a little bit harder to get the cap sitting right and get all the bubbles out. I do want to get these as good to go as possible fairly quickly. Alright, that one's shoved in there. And there's the little tiny piece. That might even be too big for the D4. I'm gonna get these a little sticky. Alright, let's see. The 3 wizard goddesses just have gem associations, and I thought about the aesthetics. I want to make a mood board. Ooh, that'd be cool. I always like mood boards. Those are always, I don't know. I like aesthetic things. That's fun. Oops, I need to dip that. Ah, come on. I thought about trying to do like a whole series of like gemstone themed dice too. Like I made like amethyst dice. That was a thing that I did a while back. Come on. Okay, this green piece is coming out. Stay down. That'd be cool. Alright, there's that. There's that. Put this one in the D6. I probably could have dipped this in the blue, but I want some of that clear down on the bottom with the other colors. Alright, and then these are slightly smaller. That's fine. Okay, we're just going to kind of shove that down there and twirl it around a little bit. Still can't pick it up with my tweezers because it's so slippery now. It definitely is nice and sparkly though. Get some of that resin off now. Okay, alright. Shove this down in here. What gems are you associating with the 3 goddesses? If you have that information yet. I know this is a work in progress. I'm just curious. I know probably far too much about rocks. Opals, let's see. Oletheria is opal, Selphine is quartz, technically aura quartz, and Morena is labradorite. Ooh, I like labradorite. It's so pretty. I like anything that has a good chatoyancy to it though. Let's see. I do, well, opals and quartz, yeah. Those are both nice as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of quartz. I just said, light reflection. Oh, and my offer still stands of, if anybody wants, like, if anyone's doing, like, a D&D game or something and wants some sort of short voice clip of, like, someone reading a letter or something like that for, like, an NPC, let me know, because I'm down for recording short, like, letters and stuff for, like, D&D games, because I think that'd be fun. And I'm looking for an excuse to record things, because again, I think it'd be fun. Alright, I was going to do that into there. I'm just going to drop this blue in here. I'm going to add 2 drops of that. It doesn't really matter if there's a little bit of glitter in there, because there's a little bit of glitter in there anyways. It's always, okay, it's just always satisfying to me when I first start stirring it in, and it really just changes the color. Alright. Yeah, I like, sorry, going back to the light refraction thing, I like things that are like iridescent or chatoyant or any of that stuff. It's always just so pretty. Alright, and I'm gonna give that one a second as well, because that's gonna have bubbles as well, I'm sure. So I'm gonna give that a second to get air bubbles to the surface. But yeah, that goes for pretty much anybody. I'm looking for like fun. I got a nicer microphone recently. I'm not using it right now because I'm doing resin stuff and I don't want to mess it up. But I got a nicer microphone recently. I'm trying to figure out some fun projects to do with it. I think it'd be fun to do some sort of voice acting stuff, just for fun. So if anybody has ideas for things that I could record, I'm looking for ideas. Yeah, my offer at the moment is because I know people are doing like D&D games online and stuff. So if they want some sort of like just audio clip for their game, like of a letter from an NPC or something like that, I am offering my services to read it. But I'm looking for more fun things to do. I probably could put more like time and energy into like actually finding voice acting stuff, like local commercials or small projects online, but that takes some time. I'd have to actually sit down and work on that. Alright, let's see here. Well, we've got that. We've got all of our stuff. Oh, the red. Crap, I need to do the red. Let me just spray this real quick and put some stuff onto. I knew I was missing something. Of course, I always feel like I'm missing something, so it's not a great indicator of whether I'm actually missing something or not. Okay, let me set some things on here so they're out of the way. I'm just going to put this lid on. I don't want to, like, there's some bubbles in there. There's some just bubbles kind of around my logo here. They're not giant ones, so it shouldn't be a big issue, but still best to get them as many gone as possible. And I don't want to push this down or anything, I just want to make sure that it's in the right spot. Let me get these black ones in here. Again, there's a few bubbles, but it looks small enough that I don't think it'll be an issue. There's a fairly large bubble on this one. Because I need to get these red ones poured tonight. Because those are the ones that are actually for commission. So I should get those done. Get these up and out of the way. Oh, why is there? Oh. Much of the blue has sunk out of this one. Yeah, we're gonna let these sit a little bit longer. I'll put these here. Whew. Okay, use a little bit more black on this one. me mix up this red. Luckily this shouldn't be too complicated, it's just one color. But still. Oops. I do want to make sure that this is the correct amount of red. I do need to match this to a different red that I maybe use one more drop of red in here. I want it to be nice and opaque. I think I did about 3 drops in the other ones. I think it's probably about 3 drops. I want to make sure it's all mixed up completely though. I grabbed the other dye that I'm trying to match, but my hands are a little sticky. A minute. So yeah, that looks like the correct red. Alright. Alright, cool. I have plenty here. That's good. My other concern was that I didn't make quite enough, but it looks like I have a good amount. I'm going to put this on the bottom as well so that I can stack stuff on top of it. This lid is not super thick, so it doesn't have a lot of weight to it. So it has a tendency to lift, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to set this here. We're going to spray that as well with the rubbing alcohol in a second. But we have some leftovers, so let me make a crystal D4 here. I'm thinking, so I have my normal D4s, but I'm thinking of switching and making these like kind of crystal shaped ones my normal, like my standard, instead of the other ones. I've been using these as like kind of bonuses, so like if people order dice, I'll toss in like a little bonus D4. But I don't know, I'm still thinking about it, because I feel like it's fun as like a novelty thing as a bonus. So I don't know if I want to get rid of that in favor of using it as my normal thing. But at the same time, I feel like I almost like them better than the other one, which is just kind of sharp. And also I've chipped the corner off of my master on the other D4, and so quite honestly those ones are not perfect. I don't know that I like that. I'd like them to be more perfect. Alright, we're going to add more blue. Here, I'm going to start shoving some of these in here while I work. So I'm just keeping these upright by putting them between some of the other things here. Oof. We'll put that in probably after I get the lid on this. Alright, let me spray this. Yeah, I'm getting to the end of the work time, and you can tell because it's very, very thick. It's like the bubbles aren't really popping. I spray them and stuff. Alright, that should be fine though. There wasn't a ton of huge bubbles in this, so. And there's enough extra that I'm not too worried about it. So you can also see that, like, it's not, there we go. I got it in the right spot. Alright. Use the last little bit of red here in this random D4 one. Yeah, it's very thick now. Very, very thick. And I think that's probably... I don't feel bad about this last little bit of red in here. Oh, I should do something with all of those, though. Oh, man. Okay, this blue I am actually going to use here. These have... the air has come to the surface. So there's all sorts of bubbles. I pop these if I can. There's the big ones here. And that has made it so that the level has gone down a little bit on these. Oh man, I really need to wrap Christmas presents tomorrow. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. I need to finish my dad's Christmas presents still. I made everyone in my family. So I grew up playing D&D. We'd play it as a family when I was a kid. And so I made everyone in my family, my immediate family, dice for Christmas. And I was finishing inking the set for my dad the other night, and I found a spot that just was not even. So I went and sanded them down again, so they're in my tumbler at the moment, so that they will hopefully get all polished. Okay. I wonder if I could do a D20. I wonder if there's enough there. You've been scarily good at Christmas gifts this year, and I feel powerful. Speaking of which, what? Oh, your players got the dice! Yay! What did they think? Did they like them? I hope they liked them. What's this? I mean, they probably liked them partially just because you got them custom dice, and that's super cool as a DM and a friend. But also, did they like them? Oh, that's so sweet. They should be okay. They're a fairly hard plastic, but that's very cute. I'm glad that they liked them. All right, that. Actually, here, let's scrape the last little bit of red in here with that red. You told them that they were like, no, these are important. Well, they were probably very touched that you got them, like, custom dice, too. So, they have sentimental meaning to them. Yes! Alright, there's that. Oh, the orange. Let's see if I can make a rainbow dice with all of this stuff. Kind of hopeful, but we'll see if there's enough actual resin in here. Soon you will get your own custom dice, but until then you turbo buy me dice materials for maximum power. And I do appreciate it. Have you thought more about what you might want for custom dice? I know you were talking flowers at one point. And then I think you mentioned the gears at one point. I feel like I need to set up a return buyer discount or something. So you guys keep buying things from me. Something we just can't decide. That's fair. I mean, if all else fails, you could get a set of dice where every die is different. I'd probably put that under the complex option, to be fair, but which would be a lot more expensive. But you could do it where every die is different. It's true, but you want consistency. That's fair. I get that. I like having a complete set. Alright, let me put these in, and then I'm going to put some of this blue in with the blue. So I want to make sure there's enough resin in here. I do like this blue. I should just do a dice that's all of this like cut up blue and stuff because it's kind of frosty looking. It's nice. It just looks kind of wintry. Alright, let me make sure there is blue in these. Looks like it. We'll just add a little bit to these. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm definitely nearing the end of my work time here. I always do this to myself. But this is why my maximum number of different kinds of dice that I can do at a time is 3. It's because that's how many I can make in the lifespan of the resin. Alright, there's that. Let's add purple. Alright, purple. Oh, I actually have a plan here. So the purple, and then the pink, and then if I have a little bit of that extra red, I could use that to fill in this last little bit probably. I need a little bit more resin. Alright, let me make sure all of that is actually in the mold there so I don't end up with a raised bit. Alright. Your best idea so far is forget-me-nots. It's like thermal changing pigment swirl. What do you mean money? For supplies like that, I can get those. I can get thermochromatic pigments because those are cool. FMN blooms? What are FMN? I don't know what that stands for. Oh, forget-me-nots. Oh, they cost $. The pressed ones are pretty. I'd have to look, but I feel like we could figure something out for those. If all else fails, I'll see if I can get a live plant and dry some myself. Might be cheaper that way. That's where a lot of my flowers, I obviously ordered. You're already supplying me with materials. I can find some more flowers on my own. It's all right. It's just an excuse for me to buy more materials for myself if people order fun things. Let me. Alright, there's that. Alright, let's do one more D4. It does really depend on how expensive things are. Like, if someone requests something custom and it's something that I can know that I will be able to use again in the future, or it's not super expensive. Like the flowers that I got, the dried flowers I got, they were not super expensive. So I was just like, and I knew that I'd be able to use them in the future. So I was like, don't worry about it. Whereas like the D6s that I got, the pip D6s, the masters for those are quite expensive. just master dice are in general quite expensive. So I was like, hey, I can do this, but it's going to cost you a little bit of extra. And I do know that I can use them again in the future, I'm sure, other people, but still, just because of the cost, I was just like, hey, yes, I can do this, but I will need you to pay a little bit extra, not the full cost of the masters, but because I will be able to use them again in the future, but it is going to cost some. All right, let me start stacking things. We'll put that on top of there. Alright, let me shove that in there. And I'll put this one down here. Try to make it so you can see what I'm doing. Alrighty. So, looks like there's enough blue there. Let me just make sure that the air bubbles are worked out of the numbers here. Let's see. Yeah, until you decide, you simply get me stuff and things. Well, I guess it'll give you more options, right? Once you actually decide. Alright, there's that. I'm gonna put. Looks like the bubbles. I've got the bubbles gone on there. I'll put this on. Alright, now that I have this, we're gonna throw extra blue into here. The forget-me-not idea is really solid. All right. Well, I'll do some research too and see what I can find on that end of things. See if I can find some good forget-me-nots. And like I said, if not, maybe I'll see if I can what like the actual plants cost and get one and dry some myself. Because I do have a bunch of flowers that I dried myself too. So that's, depending on how that is, that's an option. Okay. Pop that bubble. That lid looks pretty bubble free. I'll get that cat hair out of there. I feel like that's always a step, get the cat hair out of there. There's always cat hair in there. Let's put the D6 over here. We have to. And there's some bubbles that are stuck here. I think I'm probably going to end up with a couple of gaps in these. We'll see. Just definitely a couple bubbles in this one. That will, hopefully we can mitigate some of that. Yeah, let's call that good. I'm not as worried about these ones. They're just little bonuses. So I'm going to use that to hold down some of these other ones. Add a little bit of extra weight. I want to get these, I'm going to try and get these into the pressure pot before they cure completely or anything. Yeah. There's a lot of air in this one. This one might end up with bubbles as well, but we'll see. This had a whole bunch of the random little bits in it, so it ended up with probably quite a bit of air in it. So as that condenses, it might end up with quite a few bubbles. Fingers crossed though, fingers crossed. I'm just kind of shoving these in here. I want them to be upright, but I want them to be in there enough that they're not going to fall over. Put this on there. Alright, that's pretty good. I didn't put that in resin, did I? Okay, I think I'm okay. There's my balls. Actually, that works fairly well to get rid of the surface, break the surface tension. We're okay. More bubbles in the lids here. Alright, let me get the big bubble out of there. Alright. Make sure. Pop those bubbles. I'm at least going to move that bubble off to the side. Let's put it over here. Oops. Luckily it's viscous enough that when I accidentally just flipped it over, it didn't do anything. Oh man. My workspace is a mess, but that's fairly normal. I should figure out some sort of way to get rid of all of this mess. I mean all of the stuff that's on the table. That's a bit of a mess. Let's see. Oh, let's see. There's pressed. Yeah, I've seen mostly pressed ones. I guess. Now that I'm thinking of it, I don't know if I've ever seen like actual forget-me-not flowers and not pressed ones. That's another cat hair, I think. Another cat hair. Get off of there. Alright, cool. Got the bubbles off of that one. Alright, put that one on. Like I said, I don't want to press it down. I just want to make sure that everything's in the right spot. That seems to be in the right spot now. Alright. There's all of those. And a little bit of glue left, so let's just try making something. We'll try out this mold. This is a mold I made the other day, and it's literally just a quarter. Let's see how that looks. Out of some blue resin. A couple little rocks here too. I'll fill those up as well. Alright. I'll let those fill in. I'll throw that in the pressure pot as well. I think, yeah, I'm gonna need to fill the air compressor with more air. So I'm probably gonna actually sign off for the night so I can do that. It's kind of loud. It's really in the pressure pot. But thank you to everybody who stopped by. I'm gonna figure out how to do a giveaway at 50 followers. I'll probably have some sort of longer stream, maybe where I work on a few different things, and make a set of dice on stream to give away. So expect that hopefully in the near future. I'm only 2 away, so that's exciting. But yeah, I will be back on Saturday. Not sure what I'm gonna do yet. Maybe some painting, maybe something else. But yeah, happy holidays, everybody, and I will see you guys hopefully on Saturday. Have a good night.